Hi, hi.
Ooh, shut up, Teto. Lower your voice, Teto.
Hello, hi, welcome. Our lovely, lovely winner today is Doc. I did take my vitamin scuba. I just took the whole lot of them right meow. Anyways, hi, Nikki. Hi, Gilbert. Hi, Turn Up. I hope you're well. Hello, Doc. Hi, Kai. You're on 200. Can't believe you hit 200 perfectly on a Resident Evil stream. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. I hope everyone's well today. And winning in live. I love my wife. That's my fucking wife. That's my fucking wife. I didn't really do my hair today. I didn't really do much today. I have to fix my hair later, and I don't know how I'm gonna do that. After I get paid, let me pay you back for the ticket, Nikki, and then you'll have some money. You know, let me give you money to give back to me. To spend on me. That's awful. I should play in honor of my wife. In honor of my wife. Back and I'll take you out. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Also, Nikki, since I have you captured here, are you free later? Like, not physically. I just need your voice at the least. I have a chokehold on you till you answer. Ignore every time we touch. Ignore every time we touch, okay? I'm off work 7:15. Okay, taking note. You may continue singing every time we touch now. Break when I go to hospital? Hey, guess what, guys? We're just gonna stop streaming when Kai's in the hospital. Somebody needs to get onto Kai's account while Kai in hospital. Or we're banned from certain days of streaming until Kai is out of hospital or is allowed to be on phone at hospital. Give it my login to yeah. I was like, somebody take Kai's login. We can't break it. That's so funny. I love that though. That's so funny. That's so cute. But you are right, because when you're in the hospital, I'm sure like some days you'll be able to use your phone, but like in surgery day, if I stream on that, oh, you'll fucking screw you. No way you're on the phone. Be like, hey doctor, I just need you to put this stream up while you're operating. Just ignore it, just keep it up, okay? And make sure you chat a couple of times. It doesn't matter what you say, just like type in a couple of messages every once in a while. Thank you. And I've streamed while I was at the conference. I wasn't able to. You're so right. My hand smell. Sorry. My friend gave me this one soap, and I actually started using it because it's like a bar. It's like a whole bar. It smells so nice. It smells so nice. You're so right, though, Nikki. How could I? Did I? I think I streamed at least one day while you were there. Anyone I have a number for, I was gonna text him updates and get him to tell you tell you stuff about my account. Understandable, understandable. I agree. I hope somebody knows that stupid meme. I agree. Wednesday and Thursday. Damn. Okay, shit. I actually streamed both days you were gone. Did somebody just fall from the sky? It was Nikki, because she's the angel in my life. Anyways, something actually looked like it fell from the sky. Something like fell over there. I don't know if it was the image on my screen or what. I have a lot of energy today. I've had a lot of energy. Meow, 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 meow. I have to film today. Hi, Goomber. I have to film today. Oh, that's what I was asking. Yeah, I have to film today. I need a reader. But I'm also gonna ask B. Let me ask B actually, because I didn't ask B. That's their dream goals right there. Trying to be a hype man for Nikki's dog. Are you free later? Question mark. I spelled Mark wrong. Everybody. I spelled Mark wrong. How is everybody, though? How is everybody? I'm trying to find my Spotify again. Okay. Nikki, 50/50 had EP. It's like new album. Here's the English version of one of their songs. I missed 50/50. They were just cute. I love them. How are y'all? I need something. My bangs are just gone. I need the window closed. It's too bright and it pales me out. If I sit back here, I have like, I'm alive-ish. Hell yeah. Honestly, me at this point,
The fucking sun's glistening. It's shining.
but yeah, I'm alive. I'm a little stressed, but I'm doing fine. I need to film an audition later. I think I have till tomorrow to properly record it actually too. I might message my friend about that to see if that's how it actually works. Um but yeah, I need to film an audition. I talked about it yesterday because I got it when I started streaming. I was like, I did look it over, and I did look over the script while I was playing Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate night last night went well. Was nervous that we were gonna not stream, play it for like an hour or two, and they would get tired. They didn't, and we played till almost midnight, and I was very happy. I was very happy with that choice. We got a lot done. Found new parts of the story that I didn't know existed. So there's that. Did fuck up some things and didn't save somebody I wanted to save. But we did another good portion of the game, in at least in Act 3. That's how last night went. Fine, I guess. I mean, you didn't bloated. You didn't get bloated. I hope. I hope you didn't get bloated. You're here talking, Doc. Been cross-stitching. Make something as a joke and now I have to do it. I love it. I love it so much. Hell yeah. I feel like I haven't heard about you cross-stitching in a while. I need to get back into cross-stitching. I think I need to wear my glasses today. Except that I have to fix my makeup later. Which way does this hair want to go? My hair is the day-old hair where it doesn't know what it wants to do, and I think my layers are too long because it's as long as my face. So I think I need to get my hair cut. Haven't been? I've been too ill? Okay, I'm just like, you haven't. You haven't cross-stitched. Why do I look like a disappointed parent the way I sat back? Just like, wow, you're right. You're right, you haven't. I just realized I could sit back. My bangs are atrocious. Sorry, I'm locked eyes with them. The bangs have locked eyes with me, and I need them to stop. They are as long as my face. That's not even like my proper bangs. My proper bangs aren't even as long as my face. They're just too freaking long. Hi, Fox. How is... I almost said One Piece. I'm too One Piece pilled right now. How is Resident Evil? I was playing Baldur's Gate last night and forgot to open the stream. I was locked into Baldur's Gate reading a script. Yeah, you did not get it bloated. Oh, they've improved. They have warned you. Character development right there. Character development. What did I need to... I don't know why I was gonna say One Piece. Okay, I'm just very One Piece pilled. I love One Piece. I love One Piece. I love Hatsune Miku, Charlie. Man, even my IRL friends are so smiling friends coded. I'm like, damn. Now I can actually say all of my other smiling friend quotes to them, and they'll know. That's a script. That's filming dates, but I couldn't do that. Okay. Quickly, would it be possible to watch all of One Piece in 3 months? I feel like, yeah. I mean, you could do... I love smiling friends! You can do... What is it called? It's the edited version of One Piece that is... It takes out all the fillers. But I feel like you could, in 3 months, just, like, watch a whole bunch. Put it on the background. Savior haunts me because I think of Love in Deep Space. No, I haven't. What the hell is this? 2007? Yeah. That animation? There is? Yes. It's... What is it called? It's beyond absurd. It looks like it. It really looks like it. It reminds me of the old Oh my god, his legs are actually just like that. Oh my god. The people who used to edit the Left 4 Dead models and Team Fortress 2 models looks like an acid trip. It does. So fucking funny. I'm gonna take note of that because that does look like an acid trip. It really fucking does. The baby who has been watching. I know the baby's ahead of me. The baby is ahead of me because B hasn't been free. My friend, when we went ice skating, told me to just watch it without her. And I'm like, I can't do that. An Adult Swim? That's so fucking funny. It's very on brand. I feel that's a very on brand for Adult Swim. Skittles, Skibbles. I love Skibbles. One Piece without. What is that called? One Pace. That's what it's called. One Pace is a like somebody just, it is a fan project, a whole fan project that removed all the episodes of filler. So it's called One Piece. But some of the filler is really fun. I think because I grew up with Naruto and Naruto was a lot of filler. That I'm just like, I don't know, fillers are sometimes fun. You get a nice break from when you're fucking going through hell and watching people die, and then you get a nice little beach episode. You know? Sometimes that's nice. The baby's ahead of me already though, guy. I think the baby is like 100 couple of 100 episodes. No, I love you, Nikki. Goodbye. Yeah, the baby's way ahead of me. I could probably catch up on my own. I ever watched this show? It doesn't. It's just a fucking. Isn't Astro? Huh? No, I have not. Nothing looks like a PS2. It does. It does, Fox. It gives that era of style of animation and model. Something else. I need to hear the song again. I need to see. I filmed last night. Well, I recorded more arc. So I have more clips to edit now. And it's slowly coming together. I need to go on to a different map though. I need more map footage. Each episode of One Piece? I mean, One Piece episodes are like 15 to 20. It's normal anime episode. I don't know about the later ones. What did I do to my hair? I saw it flop. One Piece. Start watching. Oh my god, I can immediately start watching. Wait, how is this? Romance Dawn? Why is there a cow on my screen? Oh, wait, that's so cool. It tells you what episodes. I think it's episode 1 through 3, 19. Wait, episodes of East Blue. It breaks it down to each. Orange Town. Fucking love Orange Town. Syrup Village. Gaimon. Arlong Park is so fucking good. Anime sources 1 through 3, 19 through 12. Episode of East Blue. I don't understand that one. Honestly, Fox, I looked at that too, read it out loud, didn't understand that one. So I don't know what romance Dawn is. Orange Town makes sense. I think it might be the first one, 1 through 7, but that's reading. That's book. Oh. There's a lot of flashbacks that have been happening recently in the newer episodes. All the Naruto is fantastic. Don't recall the previous episodes that much. Interesting. Also, hi, Junior. How are you? Let's see. Naruto without filler. I wonder. No. They just have list. They do just have list, which is also nice. One Piece is just a really cute fan project. I haven't done my roles yet. I will do that. If you have to leave anytime soon, Junior, and you tell me and I will do your role. A lot of fillers, and I just skipped. It was great. Naruto has an absurd amount of fillers. I think One Piece does too, but they're actually like cute stories where like there was one whole arc in between. It's sometime after Arlong Park. After that, it was before No, it was after Reverse Mountain. And no, it was after Buggy's Crew before Reverse Mountain. There was this whole like arc of like this one island. None of it fucking matters. None of those characters fucking matter. So we skipped it all. But like, it's a cute little story. I kind of wish we watched it because I don't know, it seemed fun. It was a whole fucking arc. Then we watched one of the characters die. Who was he? I don't know. One page before the parent company takes it down. Ooh, that's actually smart. Lunch break? I thought I was gonna miss all the stream. New job, but it lines up with lunch. Ooh, it lines up with lunch. You can at least hear the yapping. You can hear us yapping. And the fact that funny as hell about Naruto, the fucking swing has more screen time than... I fucking love 1010 too. So that's so devastating. Poor 1010. So hungry. What are you... Oh yeah, what are you eating for dinner tonight, Kai? What you eating? Oh, see, my friend wanted us to skip the Trials of Kobe and Mippo. Who's 1010? Only the best. Only the best. She isn't the best. I love Sakura more. But 1010's really fucking cool. Now, 1010 is one of the Hidden Village kids. One of the galleys. Oh. She carries a huge scroll and it has a whole bunch of weapons in it. She's so cute. She really didn't get any screen time. Then 10 minutes and I got sausages. Yeah. And some of the random weapons. Yeah. I thought she was so cool. There's a lot of people from like certain teams that never got a lot of screen time. Do you want to get your head in the game? No, but Bad Omens again. Albasta. Yeah, we're on Drum Island. We haven't even fucking finished Drum Island. So we're on episode 7. I think we're on like 80, almost on 90, because it's 78 to 91. Random bullshit. Go. Yeah, huge scroll, small scroll. You right. I don't think she has small scroll. I just want to get to... Nope. Nope, not that one. I don't want to get a Marineford. I don't want to get Marineford at all. That's episode... Okay, I have a long time to go. Marineford is not till like almost 450, 500. That arc is going to make me sob. I am going to cry so badly. It's so well done. Oh, yeah, I need to watch Fan Letter. I'm allowed to watch Fan Letter. I say that because, like, in the sense of, it takes place during Marineford, but I know what happens. I'm gonna cry watching that, too! I'll help, I'm being consumed by the shitty visual novels of my childhood! Why did I read it out like that? What visual novel? Also, I'm gonna close my window a little bit. It's just too bright. One Piece, Charlie. The One Piece is real. Oh no, not Danganronpa. Isn't they get new series? They had something new announced. Wasn't it one of the... Are they getting a new game? I forget what it was. They had something announced not too long ago. What side feels unbalanced? Oh, it's a remake! Okay. I just remember something getting announced for it. But, like, that was crazy, that getting announced. Because that was, like, literally waking up all the sleeper agents. Like, all the fucking war flashbacks happen to everybody. Because it's like, this is it fucking back! I'm back in the room again! Gosh darn. Dang rump. I want you to know that Scratch, the dog, in Baldur's Gate last night, he, like, every once in a while, he'll bring you stuff. Whatnot. He brought us something last night. The first time. It was a potion. I was like, okay. Second time when we were ending the night, he gave us rope. And I was like, damn, he wants us to krill myself. Did I not say, yeah, Nintendo Direct. Okay, I remember that. Visual novel I thought about buying was Wanna Hug. I wanna hug that gator. What the hell is that? You mean it got war flashbacks? That's so. Yeah. I know what you mean, guy. I know what you mean. What Danganronpa's coming back? Oh, also, Scratch gave me a rope. I don't know what you're saying. What, Two Fox? A lot has happened in the 1 second that I talked. It's on Steam? Interesting. Okay. I'm also going to do rolls really quick. Just so I make sure that I get Junior his roll. So, Doc, you're first. After that comment, you got a... Yeah, you know, add up. You got... Oh, you got 2 18s. And then a 4. The rope. Yeah. He fucking gave us a rope. That's it. I'm like, wow. Thanks, Scratch. This is so helpful. I guess I'll just go take myself out back. Turnip is next. Whoa, I almost dropped that. You know, that makes sense. Turnip is not feeling that well today. 2 7s and a 2. But you're doing amazing. Hi, Kev. How are you? Do you have work today? Like how that's the first thing I do to greet you. You got work today? Junior. You know, makes sense. 17, you're doing good. Like, life is good and whatnot. But you have a 5 and 1 because you can't be here. You're just on lunch. What are you? Junior's rolls constantly. Still low. Oh, you got an 18 that time. No! I was almost gonna ask you, Kev, where you are today. You only have 1 fucking location. You only can be 1 fucking place. What did he get the rope? Is it actually trapping people in the well? Yeah, Scratch is. It's okay. Scratch can do what Scratch wants. Junior, why did you get mental roll health? Mental roll health? 4 times. I'll give you 1 more, though. I will give you 1 more. That's right? Yeah. Yeah. 1 location, Kev. Yep. 1 location, Kev. I'll take another. You got a good one there. It was 16, 18, and then it was like a 7. So you're doing good. You are doing good. Only 1 so far? Yep. It takes some time getting other locations. And by that, I mean, sometimes people get 1 instantly. And sometimes it fucking takes them forever to give somebody 1. Because that happened to me. And I complained. Because I was like, excuse me, you're giving people who just hired in a 2nd location, and I've been here for half a year, and you didn't give me 1? So yeah, it happens. But also talk to people. Don't be like me. Yep, I think you know. I think you know what to do. That's what fucking Scratch says, and I'm the only one who can talk to him. All the other fuckers on my team can't talk to animals. Also, I owlbeared some steel watches last night. Not from the high road. Not from the high line, I wish. I don't have Kurobi behind me. Ending storyline, the story is going to change at some point, and I want to see if they... Dude, some of those deaths in Danganronpa, they haunt me. I was watching Fear Street, and I didn't finish watching it, because I'm on the, 2nd part now. That's alright. There was a death in Fear Street. I genuinely gasped. I don't know who's seen it here and who hasn't and who cares about spoilers and who doesn't, so I'm not gonna say what. It's a slasher film, so of course people die. So that doesn't say anything, but I genuinely gasped because everything was happening and then it started just happening so fast and I was like, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. It was not fine so fucking fast and I genuinely gasped, and I was sat there with my hand over my mouth like, what the fuck just happened? You know, there are some people who give Scratch back to... Why would they do such a thing? Why would they do such a thing? How atrocious. How atrocious of them. Why wouldn't they just take Scratch with them? I also have the child and her cat. And my friends last night was just like, talk to the cat. Talk to the cat here. I was like, the cat doesn't like to talk. And I was just like, no, like this cat is very shy. He wants you to talk to the kid, not him. He doesn't do the talking. I don't understand the location thing at work. I was mildly confused, but rolled with it. Junior, we learned different locations at work. Hi, Jay. I will hide it. Hi, quiet. When you get hired in, honestly, kind of no matter where you get hired in at Disney, you get hired into one specific location, but you're in a general variety of locations, but you only know one, so you can only work at that one. And then you have to do cross training to work at the other places. So when I worked attractions, I got hired into NOCC area. My home location was Mansion, and then I eventually learned Splash. Did I ever work there? No. But yeah, that's how it works. Hi, quiet. It goes good. I have lots to get done today. Very exciting. Very, very stressed. Not too stressed, but like stressed. You know? Do you know about the child? Which child? The cat? The one I was talking about specifically with the cat? Honestly, at this point, I barely remember the child's story. All I know is that I have her with her. I have her with her. I have her with me. With the car? Yeah. Okay, no. I just remember her mom went out to the forest and didn't come back, and she's probably dead. And that's the last thing. I don't think we ever finished that fucking story. The like the big group Baldur's Gate night we have is such a mess. At this point, we're just like, okay, it doesn't fucking matter what we do if we fail this. We just gotta finish this. Because we didn't save the mind flare I wanted to save. But ain't no way that we reload and we didn't save the Duke. We got out there and we finished that part though. We did hand over one of the hammers to the pretty ladies with the sea goddess. I got that nice outfit, and then we all collectively tried it on. We all collectively tried on the way too much skin. One wrong breeze and everything goes wrong outfit. We only have 4 because we started it when it originally, like when this game first came out, we started it. So we only have 4 people. Oh my god, I can give you the drama from last night's, like, actual in-game drama stuff that happened. You learn how to draw Aladdin in chalk on the floor? Yes, Junior. Learn. Do it. Yes. The drama last night is so my friend Anthony is the only one who romanced somebody. So he romanced Will. But when we literally fucking booted up, we were like, okay, we just went through something. Let's go long rest. So we went to go long rest as soon as we got there. And then my friend John, we'll call him by their names. So, he's Riz. He's Risputin. He's Risputin. He talked to, fuck it, what's her name? Mithra? The one who was in control of Will. He talked to her and then did that. So they fucked. So he had a hookup with her. And then Will was like, really? Literally the scene when we wake up the next morning after that encounter, Will was just standing there like, shit. Why? It was so funny. It was so fucking funny. But so Will was like, what the fuck, bro? She took my father. She's gonna kill him. And you just went around and fucked her? In front of me? Definitely not in front of him. But so that happened. And then later on, after we've already been through like a lot of stuff for the day, Rob, who is my friend Anthony, he's a paladin. Rob goes to Will, his little boyfriend, and Will, after losing his father, is just like, I think Will's just overwhelmed, and Will thinks the city needs him more than, you know, his boyfriend. You know what my fucking friend does? He says, okay. And he walks away. Doesn't say anything to him. And I was like, you just broke up with him? And she's like, he broke up with me. You broke up with him. So no one has anybody to romance now. Everybody lost their romance partners. That's the drama from last night. That's the Baldur's Gate tea. About making my buddy download 3 or 4 mods. You should, honestly. If you hook up with her, Will and Carlac hate it, you lose 10 points to them. Hey, he's the one who lost points. I told Will he looked great with his horns, and Will said, thank you. Will approved. Will approved of me calling him handsome with the horns. Oh, it was so funny. Astarion says nothing to me. Didn't get to romance him. He called me a freak. Did romance the Mind Flayer, though. The Emperor did romance him. 2 of us romanced him. That's the tea. That happened a while ago though. But yeah, that's the major tea from last night. I can't believe he broke up with Will. That is crazy. He's the only one who somehow managed to romance somebody, and then he broke up with him. Like, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, he's gonna be safe. Because I still need to fight Cazador. But with that whole spoiler and that whole, like, incident, it's very stressful having people in my team of who is set to die. But with the group, I think it should be fine, because he's not with us. It's fucked up that people dislike Will for making comments about how he's a horned freak, and they let a historian pass. It's a little, yeah. Like, historian's such a little bitch. Like, I love him. No ifs, no buts. I love him so much. But, like, yeah. And, like, Will's going through it. And stocking. Banner stocking. B-A-N-T-Y-S-T. I can't spell. Anyways, Dracula. Asari's just a little bitch. I will say that loud and proud. Because no one can tell me I'm wrong. Because he complains so much. I love him. My absolute favorite character, and probably the only person I ever try to romance. Besides Halsin, I would like to romance him. Honestly, would like to romance the lesbians. They're very... together? Wow. Would love that. I would romance Karlach too, actually, yeah. Shadowheart, yeah. Okay, there's a list. There is a list. But do I romance Astarion every time? Yeah. Yes. Yes, I do. We gotta pick up Harley again. I don't know who we were gonna romance as Harley. I think we wanted to turn on the poly mod so we can romance more. Bearfucker? Yes. And what about it? Actually, I can't say what about it because I've never actually romanced him. So, you know, I haven't picked that option yet. So you can't say that. You can't say that quite yet. That is so fucking funny that that's a fucking option. Wait. Hey, it's okay. We're talking about Halsin. Oh dear, would greatly approve. He's so cute. Halsin's so cute. I just like the wait. As you're sitting there as a bear. Oh, I have coffee. Dracula. Alan. Sorry, I was just looking at the stickers. I almost just knocked over everything. It's okay. It's just Halsin. Don't worry. You would agree. You would agree, Kai. You would be a bear fucker. That sounds really bad to say, but it's Halsin, okay? It's Halsin. I don't know if I would actually choose that option. But that is, it's such an absurd option that I feel like you can't say no, because it's like, nah. It's so funny. Sophie said, you're right, that's fair. That's fair. But it's gonna be like how, like, I married Elliot. Elliot's yours, but like, we had to do a run so that we can marry him. Can't remember, Sophie's husband. I miss Sophie. I miss so dear. I love them dearly. Hi, Coco. We are jamming. While we're romancing someone other than Karlach, I always go, okay, someone else. Maybe. Oh, I forgot she's an option. I forgot she's an option because we killed her in our big run. And then I didn't save her in my run because I didn't know that was a thing. Basil. I love Lazel. I hate Basil. I hate Basil. And then sudden a soldier. No, you're so right. Okay, it's really bad that it's Astarion for me because that is absolutely fucked up. But like, I'm just like, oh, Doc, you and me the same. Just like as soon as you hear a certain thing, you're just kicking feet. Suddenly on the phone, talking about your high school crush, kicking your little feet. Talk to them more. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Every time I try and romance someone other than Elliot, he looks at me and I fold. No, you're so real for that. As much as I say, we gotta romance other people, I think we were all we're all the fucking same. We're all just like, but then we see the one. We're all fucked. But I'm telling you, the lesbians, the angel, and her name's not Elizabeth, but it's something like that. They're so pretty. Do I want to be them or do I want to be with them? That's me with the entire Mummy cast. We need to watch the Mummy. We also need to watch K-pop Demon Slayers. It's to make it out my love. Manicure, because I don't think my girls would enjoy her. That is fair. That is fair. Isabella, yeah. I was like, it's not. I don't even know what name I said. Anyways, yeah, I love those two. I also just love those two in general. I could not for the life of me save Isabella. Could not for the life of me. Who? Hold on. We'll turn it up just for the owl in the room. Think we can go a little higher. There you go. Oh! Man, I see, bitch. But I could not save her for the life of me. I finally got her alive and saved. But, like, I struggled. Found it pretty easy. She always... I think it was the way that I was set up. And the way she was, like, where she was. That she always just got caught out. And I'm like, okay, girly, I'm trying to save you. Get fucking back here. So, yeah. In the group playthrough, we in fact lost her. And we lost the entire group there. So you know what that meant? I lost His Majesty. And I'll have you know, since Act 2, my druid soul has carried His Majesty in her pocket this entire time because I was so devastated. Oh, I was so devastated by the loss of His Majesty that I have kept him in my pocket. Likes to fucking run straight into danger for some reason. Yeah, that's what kept on happening. And it was in ways that I just couldn't, like, get her out in time, or she would get... You know when you stand by two enemies and you get absolutely fucking decked on? Yeah. Like when you fight the monks? God, they have so many turns. They have so much stamina. What did I want? What's on? I'm trying to find a playlist. I just like that. I have His Majesty in my pocket. I love that druid. That druid is one of my favorite druids that I've made. I think it's because my OG one, and it made me fall in love with the druids. So now I'm biased. Though I will say, my friend who was a warlock is pretty fucking goated. But I don't know. I'm sorry. I like being an owlbear. When I was walking around as an owlbear, all I was thinking about was like, Kai would be happy that I'm an owlbear. I kind of want auto. Yes, so be. We'll do this mix. Owlbear. Nah, yeah, bear. I was just thinking about you last night, Kai. I'm like, Kai would approve. I just sit there walking around as a bear. I was a dinosaur for a good point. Also, that one was pretty fun, except then I don't know which point it was. But it was that point when we were disabling the Steel Watcher. I was like, you guys, I don't have hands. I can't turn it off. I don't have hands. I'm a dinosaur. Pretty funny. I'd rather like to split up. He normally hard focuses on Marcus and I take care of the horrors. You know, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, with that note, the fact that in the big group playthrough, that we killed everybody there, we can't save Karlak. Because my friend last night was like, oh man, we have a lot of like infernal iron. I wonder if we can save Karlak. I was like, well, we kind of don't have the one blacksmith who we kind of needed. So She sits in our camp perfectly fine. We have not advanced her story at all. So, I don't know if she's gonna make it. Now you know my name. Oh, a couple of those letters doubled. I love my keyboard. This one? Yeah, this one. Add to Okay, sorry, I become like an old lady trying to type. That's Resident Evil 6. Sorry, I was clicked on the wrong game. Let me, now I'm looking at Nami. Nami! Feel it? Yes. Okay, I will say this, Doc. I didn't let him die. They fucking let him die. The amount... You know who we don't have in this run? You know who we killed immediately? I'm pretty sure I've talked about it, but it's been so long because literally we started this when the game came out. You know who we... You were part of the problem. I tried my best. I am just an owl bear. I am just a little owl bear. But you know who was part of the problem? His name's fucking Farthrow. I was like, what's his fucking name? My friend Ben Farthrow. That fucking little shit of a fucking rogue gets us into so much fucking trouble because you know what he fucking did? We're in the fucking Mind Flayer ship. Beginning of Act 1. Haven't even gotten out of there. Just figured out we have a little worm in our head. Just met Lae'zel, and then we saved Shadowheart. And you know what he fucking does? He tries to fucking pickpocket Shadowheart so that she then tries to fight us and then we kill her. And that fucker, none of us have played the game at this point. This is the first time we've ever fucking played it. That bitch is like, no, she's not important. It's fine. We have not had Shadowheart this entire fucking playthrough. And you know what that fucker does? He turns around and when he plays the game, you know who he romances? Shadowheart. I'm like, you fucking killed her in our playthrough. I didn't. Farthrow did. In that moment, that was him. I like this song. It's a nice song. Quiet. Good recommendation. In my anger. In my anger. He killed Shart. He did. Learning a lot about this game. Learning a lot about how this fuck ass of a fucking team. We got a what is he? Hold on. Let me look up what I forget what he is. BG3 races. I believe he's a halfling. Yeah, I believe he's a halfling. That fuck-ass fucking halfling. We got a fucking human on our squad, and then we got a fucking tiefling and a druid. No, not a druid. Fucking, what am I? I think I'm actually a full elf. I don't think I'm a half elf. I think I'm a full elf. I actually don't remember. I should boot her up. Is that me and my bro play? I'm gonna take pictures of tab. Yes, you should. You make hot tabs. But confused makes us both confused. Learning. Especially quiet with me saying I have his majesty in my pocket. My little precious little druid soul just has his majesty in his pocket. You don't even know who his majesty is. Unless you do, which still makes it just as funny. I cannot believe they fucking got his majesty killed. What other fuck ass shit has we done? We did lose the owlbear baby, but at that point, I don't think we knew we could save him. What else? I'm like, what else has happened? They all made fun of me for letting Astarion suck my blood. Okay, they all made fun of me, and every time they see them -1 for the rolls, they're like, I'm like, oopsie. It's so funny. Honestly, BG3 with a huge group. It is really, I wish at the time when we started it, we had mods, but at the time it's so new. Because it would have been really nice for each of us to take our companions with us so that we could romance them. Because if you play in a full group and you don't have companions with you, it's really hard to romance them. Somehow he romanced Will. Don't know how that happened, but yeah. I have so much shit I could talk from this fucking BG3 playthrough. All really fun. Like, it's all hee ha-has. But it is just so funny, and it's been such a fun time playing. And even though, like, we stopped playing and didn't play for a full year, I think, It's still really fun. Still the same fuck-ass team. Will is a fuckboy who falls in love. Yeah, he fucking fell in love with Rob, a fucking human, which I will state. So Rob is taller than Will. So like it's like this. And I kid you not, Will looked like such a girly pop. Like he was looking up at Rob before he broke up with him, just like, oh my god, you wanna kiss me? That's what he fucking looked like. It was so funny. And how dare my friend skip the kiss cutscene every time? He's like, I've seen the animation already. I was like, you let Will be happy. Let him kiss your man. He is a fuckboy though. I do agree. I concur. I agree. This song has felt long, but I think because I've just been yelling through it all that I'm like, damn, it's still going. It's like, damn, no, I'm still going. Never skipped a kiss for ky3len. Love seeing her turn blue. Oh, that's really cute. Wait, that's actually really cute. I love ky3len. Do I ever get to kiss Astarion? I don't think I can. I don't know if I've romanced him in my playthrough. I need to fucking finish my playthrough so I can have a sense of completion and so I can start over and properly romance him if I have not, you know? I love this song so much. What a great song to continue yelling. I really need to pick up learning Japanese. I have other things to be doing. I have other things to be fucking doing. Like fucking filming my audition. I'll do that later. Brother's main playthrough is bugged and we can't play it. We broke our playthrough. I think it's fixed now, but there was an update that had happened when we were playing and it didn't, I don't think it worked properly, but we did a fight in the Undercity underneath Baldur's Gate, like in that main part in the sewers. We did a fight down there, except we didn't fight. None of the enemies made any moves and it got stuck on them a couple times. And then we just killed them. Like they just never actually fought. They got stuck. And it was very weird. Astarion dislikes me in Act 2 because I forced him to drink the drow's blood. What drow? Can you romance that Spider-Man yet? Can you romance your wife, not Karlach? Jahara. Moonrise Tower? Oh my god, hold on. I will say, like, to this day, there's still new things that I learn about each act that I'm like, wait. Have fun at work, Junior. We'll miss you. We love you very much. I'm very proud of you, Junior. Okay, damn. PG3. I think I know which draw you're talking about. I barely fucking remember her. Oh, she's that bitch. Yeah, I remember her now. I was looking at pictures. There was a funny meme. Okay, I'll stop drinking my coffee for a second. Why? Thank you. Hasta. Have my dice here. I took a lot of. See, like, why? I know I'm going to do it. But, like, why film an audition when I could just play Baldur's Gate 3 and not do anything? No problem. Thank you. Dislike Astarion? So fuck him? Drink the blood, you vampire. You know, fair. That's fair. As much as I love him, you know, I know a lot of people don't like him, and you know that's fair. If you don't like that person, it's like, no, actually, fuck you. We did say that to Gortash last night. Mr. Rob, our paladin, who has broken his oath 2 times. 1 time, not his fault. And he holds that against Farthro. I love actually using their character names. It's actually so fun. Um, that was Fartho's fault. Once again from looting things as a rogue. But, he did say, fuck you to, Gortesh. And then Gortesh exploded one of the things, and then we had a time limit to save everybody. It's grown on me a little bit, but not enough. You know, that's fair. That's fair. Because, like, even though, like, he's had it rough and whatnot, he's still a little bitch. And he's always gonna be a little bitch. Broke his oath once because he attacked a random person. What did that random person do to him? Fucking Rob just... That's so funny using that name, knowing somebody's named out here. He just threw something off the edge. It was very funny. He'd earned that back. We did save Volo, though. We saw Volo again, and we saved him. I love that little bard. Did we let him do surgery on Harley? Does Harley have a special eye? Because didn't I give her heterochromia, and then now I got a special eye over one of the cool eyes I had? I think... The person shit talking a little bit? Deserved. Deserved, then. Like, to that random person getting attacked? Deserved. I've missed so much. There's a couple of things that I missed in Act 1 in my first playthrough, and there's a couple of things I've missed in Act 2. No, there's a lot of things I missed in Act 2 when I played through, because I didn't go through the mountain pass. I went straight to the Underdark. Which is perfectly fine, but I know I missed some stuff down there. Did I help that child? I know, but Act 3 is now overwhelming me because I'm like, oh my god, I need to do this. And now I know it's not a completionist run because I've missed so much. I always choose, for Chromia, I always choose follow. Need to download the mod that actually fixes the eye. Ooh. I'm pretty sure we gave it to Harley. I should get artwork done of Harley because I love her so much. Soul, Harley, and I need to actually design what my one character looks like for D&D. That's the other thing. So about D&D, I'm scared of playing on Saturday because I have my stat sheet and everything. Because you guys helped me with it. I actually have not thought about her in so long that I'm like, oh no, I need to think about her a little bit more. I had a little bit of a backstory for her and a little bit of like general story. I have not thought about it in so long. Art of Finn and Thomas? Yes, you do! I love Finn and Thomas so much. Partial to Finn. Because I've drawn more Finn. Yay! I love them. Different characters here? Your druid rolled for... Well, rip. I'm still saying the fact that I haven't thought about that bitch in so long that I still need to build her. I don't even know what's happening for Saturday in the sense of what for that. So that's crazy. I'm just stating, I hadn't even thought about her. I gave you to draw Thomas, and I had the money. I should do a little meme of Thomas. I need to find actual, like, yes. I need to look at the D&D chat. Not Minecraft. Sorry, Minecraft's on my hotbar, and I do click it all the time. Da, 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 da. I love that it's become Sarah time zone. Quite funny. Did you send me? Yeah, you sent me Thomas. I just love the back nails. So cute. I did look. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Oh shit, is that coming up? What day? Thanksgiving is that day. Okay. Sorry, that was me speed reading through the D&D info, and I just read through Kai updating Mr. DM. Damn, Mr. DM of sliding, of just, she said he's gonna be mad at me because he's gonna be like, she doesn't want to play with us. And I said, huh, no, I expect her not to play. I'll be mad at when she does play because I will not have prepared for an extra player. That's so fucking funny. When he's blue, when he's pink. I love it so much. I love it. I just love the colored nails in the back, no matter what. It's so cute. It's so girly pop. May I distract you for a mere moment? Yes. Yes, me lord. What do you need, me lord? Everybody's me lord. I be called me lord, but I also call everybody now me lord. Me lord. Yes, me lord. Okay, you cat strut when I changed the song, and that was very on brand. Should I make my paladin? Ooh, paladin. I kind of want to be a warlock, but I also don't. I'm so used to... No, I do want to try paladin sometime. When is me lord? Only if you will graduate to breasty. So true. I just switch up on milord and breasty. I mean, only the close people get to be called milord and breasty. Cleric. No, that's what I want to try sometime. I would cleric because I want to be some of the stuff that I like from Shadowheart, and I like that. I'm biased to druids and I like being druids. I would like to build a bard, a rogue, and then a cleric. I think those are the 4 types that I like. If y'all good, yes, yes, my lord. Yes, breasty. Hell yeah, breasty. I need to pick the right gif. Hold on. What's the like type of face? This works. Being the healer, not gonna lie, being healer is so much fun. The original subclass sucks. What's the original subclass? I'll be honest, I don't even know how I fucking built my chart. I'll be honest. I don't even know what I picked for, like, oh my god, I don't even think Soul has like a proper subclass. Like my druid? Because remember when they did the update recently, at least in BG3, like actual BG3 update, they changed stuff with how subclasses work? Oh my god, it's been so long. Trigger to main cleric. Ooh, martial clerics class. Martial class is really cool. Okay. Moon Druid? I don't think... I think I'm Earth. Druids, it's very fun. Ooh. I don't know what we picked. I mean, Harley is a bard. Oh my god, I don't know what I picked for either of my druids. I think one of them's for sure an Earth, and I think one of them I might have put towards the sun. Just hold her up to the sun, made her crispy. Is your wild shape a bonus action? I really fucking wish I could open that. No. Yes? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I didn't pay attention. No, it's the main action. I think it's only... Sorry, distracting. Don't worry, quiet. Don't you worry. It may be hee hee ha ha's. Hi, Gar. How art thou? Can you make zombies? No. My warlock friend has ghouls, though. Mr. Rasputin. Hello. I can hear your voice every time you type hello. Tired of being alive? We take it. We take what we can get. Oh, I should message Car. Are there any new things in that group chat? Ooh, Pokemon. Not spores. If not bonus action, then not a moon. Well, we heard it here first. In fact, not a moon. She's conked the fuck out. As she should be. I can ask her later. I also then got distracted on my phone. It was just about, Christmas Carol. I forgot. Under 2 blankets, wearing a hoodie. She is cozy. She is fucking conked out cozy as hell. As she deserves. That's so fucking funny. I have Pokemon. Sorry, I won't hold the Pokemon away from you guys. We have a desk goal. Oh, Princess, it's one of the monkeys. Zigzagoon. Probably Landred, if it focuses on spellcasting. I think you're right on that. I know I have some woodland, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much, but like woodland-based spells. I do have the bees. Beware. Oh, this is one of the Pokemons I have in my Pokemon Black. It's a zebra. I'm trying to remember. I can summon woodland spirits. They're like fire guy. Actually, I have never used that in that run. I've used it in my own playthrough a lot. I think I based her around a lot of like Earth. I do that a lot. I like Earth. Her name's Soul for a reason. Best friend was playing a rogue and I'm a warlock. I am. Warlocks seem really cool. Because my friend has a lot of cool spells. Marathon. Somebody's playing Deadlock. Without me? Rufflet. I say that. I haven't opened Deadlock in a couple weeks. In like a week or so. Chathoot! Prank spinner. I'm gonna be honest with my, like, join Deadlock. No, we have a mission today. We need to punch a boulder today. So I need to stay locked in. I need to forget about Deadlock. And lock the fuck in. What the fuck? My polls in Pokemon have been really shit lately, I won't lie. No cap? No lie? Been kind of shit. No lie. I miss Harley. Ready, yes! Been busy when you on it? Okay, I will get everything booted up. I'm gonna finish my Pokemon dailies. I say as I just need to do this Wonder Pick. The free Wonder Pick. What did I get? Okay, cool. I think with Harley, you were gonna leave the romance after a poll. I think so too. I think we all have our biases. I think I banned Astarion. Simply because I romance him every time. I banned him for a valid reason because I always romance him. Unless everybody really wants me to romance him. I don't think everybody really wants me to romance him. I think that's just me. Maybe one. I think there was like one when we were playing it, 1 or 2 other people who liked him. But for the most part, everybody was like, nah. Boulder punching. It is boulder punching time, Coco. It in fact is. Oh, that's not the button I wanted. I guess I'll collect that. I try to finish my Pokemon dailies. Okay, my lord. Let's get this show on the fucking road. I think. Oh. Bro, I got a lot of stuff to collect in this game. Oh, I signed up romancing Shard because she's so awesome, but also because she's a major plot point. Oh, okay, Gar, you weren't here for it, and you have never heard me talk about it before. Um, I started up my BG run again last night with my like group, our group BG run. So it's 4 of us, a whole party. You know what my friend did? You know what my friend fucking did? And you'll be disappointed in him. Farthrow, one of my friends, no, they're now only getting addressed by their PG-3 character names. Farthrow, this is the first time we had ever played the game. It had just come out, so none of us had seen stuff of the game. He pickpocketed, Shart on the Mind Flayer ship. So we haven't even crash landed yet. Pickpocketed her. Made her mad. And then we had to kill her. He had to kill her. And then he said, oh no, she's not important. She's not important. So we don't have Shadowheart in our group run. She's fucking dead. Bandastarian as well. Yeah, I think I would like not to romance Astarion. Drink that. And then he fucking took her underwear and wore it. He put her fucking clothes on him. And then before Act 3, I have a save scum that roll to stop. Okay, damn. You get the cute thing? He did. Welcome back, Cyan. When he stole it, that's what he was fucking trying to pick. Actually, I don't think he did. I think he failed the roll. I think he failed the roll, which is why she got pissed off. Because he was trying to pickpocket her and see what was in his pockets. Yeah, she's kind of an important character, but his stupid little fucking self was just like, no, it's fine. Because we're like, dude, what the fuck? And that was the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end of Farthrow's little actions of pickpocketing and getting into places he shouldn't be, and then getting us in trouble. Made somebody lose their oath, break their oath, became a oath breaker, and made Rob depressed. Has done nothing to me. Soul just standbys and watches like, what the fuck is happening? Him and Rasputin are over there munching on the worms and putting them in their little brains. Me and Rob, no worms for us. Those fuckers put like 4 worms in their brains last night. They fucking munched on those worms. Oh my god, he did actually munch on the worm. There's a scene where you use to enhance the worm ability, but he most literally ate it, and the Emperor was like, I guess that's one way to do it. To only Shard, my brother found out the horny Gale thing. We made Gale leave. We didn't feed him. And Gale said, fuck you, I'm leaving. So we also don't have Gale. I forgot about that. Oh my god. Nom nom nom. That's what he said. That's what he said. Dude, I forgot that, like, when I was ending Act 1, they turned up all of the, like, romance ability, like, in it by accident. So I romanced Astarion, who I was going for. And then Gale tried to romance me. And then Lae'zel tried to romance me. Shadowheart said, hee, but not too much. That was crazy. We are playing Resident Evil 5 today. But I played Baldur's Gate. I played Baldur's Gate last night. Finally. Again. Yeah! An Astarion lover! I fucking love my boy. I have a little charm of him. I have a little charm of him. My one little charm of him. I need a little collection because I do love him. I love him dearly. I'll put him back on here. I should take Sakura off. Hold on, how do I mute myself? There was so much cat fur on that because Mochi head boops it all the time. Oh my god. Say I have a type? Start. You so real for that. You so real for that. Hey, I get my one Astarion lover. We did ban me from romancing Astarion in our BG3 stream playthrough because I always romance him. So we banned that option to romance, unfortunately. It is very cute. I saw the artist again. Their stuff is very nice. I'm just gonna put him on this side. I can stare at him. Staking? You don't like him enough not to not stake him? Okay, fair. You know, fair enough. Hey, I like this character development. You like him enough where it's like, okay, you could be here. I love Fujikaza. Okay. Oh. I paused the music and immediately hear boom in my house. Okay, let's get this. Let's get this. I'm going to go kidnap my little goober. My little goober. Prepare for the womp.
Ah,
Womp has commenced. Why does it say I'm chilling?
ah.
I'm in fact not chilling. I'm in fact
Oh, you consider
gaming.
you are chilling.
I don't even know when I put that. It just automatically said, "Nah, you're chilling." I'm like, "No, I'm gaming. Me gaming. Me game? Yes,
Gaming, just a week away. Oh my god.
just a week away." Those layover overlays. Those overlays. Which parts? Yes,
Oh, why does it do that?
I have many.
I
I
don't
have
know
to
if you
turn off
had
the
that
bear.
noise, but I set my own status.
Oh yeah, it makes.
And
I
it's
didn't hear
just,
it because I'm on.
yeah.
I know what. Oh,
Oh yeah, you're on streamer mode.
oh my god, that's so cute. Evil resident. Residente. Wait, I need it.
Mr. Resident.
Evil resident. Okay. Not kidding. Is that another bear? Yes, this is Kai. ky3len.
Meow 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 meow.
This is my little bear
Meow 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 meow.
on top of Chat Cat.
Meow 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 meow.
I can literally make them disappear. And now they're back.
Why would you do that?
We have to demonstrate. We also have what's that? Oh, that's my squish little emote. Clown layover? Oh, I'm gonna clown layover.
I still love how you've got the hot car.
Yeah. We have out of order because sometimes Chat Cat breaks. Got Rainbow for Game Month. Henry Hoover. That was Chat Cat's name for a while. Christmas layover. It's overlay, but I have it typed out as layover. We do have. I don't need that. I mean, we have my little PNG, but I don't need her right now.
I love your little PNG.
Yeah, it's one of my other new ones that
I
I
love
made.
Night so much.
Yeah. This is Black Kitty do
Mhm,
with
mhm.
TTS Chat Cat. My little black cat here talks. He's the one who speaks it or makes the noises. You know, the alien screech. He's really good at mimicking. You know,
Mhm,
door
mhm.
knocks. We have Barbie phone, but the Barbie phone's down there on the screen.
Mm, he can also do this.
The fact that it's just complete silence because I paused the music to set everything
Yeah.
up, and then it's just.
Stunning.
I have, in fact, Master Chief, but it's not Master Chief. It is Sam Fisher. It used to be Master Chief, and it's still named Master Chief. He's on a hot dog,
Mhm.
and my
That bear
dad,
on the top
a
of Chat
gar on a
Cat
hot
is
dog.
Key. Key is the coolest and the most amazing person in the world.
Gar dog.
Gar dog. We got a gar dog. I can make the
Got the
gar
dog
disappear,
name.
but the gar is there. The gar is always in the room with us. I also have a spray bottle to spray Chat. It's behind Kai, but you know it's there.
That dog in him.
Got Uno reverse card. I have a burger just in case you're hungry. I also have a hand.
Mhm. Burger.
I don't know why I have a hand. I have what's titled as fries, but it's in fact an egg.
Mhm. Do you still have the Barbie phone?
Yeah, on this screen I do. It's not by you. It's just
Mhm.
at the bottom for some reason. I can give it to you on the other screen. Here, let's move it
Because like
over.
when my hand is up, it's like I'm perfectly holding phone.
Oh,
You
you're so
know?
right. You're so right. Okay, let me change
Yeah.
this. And when I change it over, I'll give you the Barbie phone on that screen. I need to make you silly little outfits to like literally plaster over you. Plaster right over you. Okay, that's
Fuck
this
it.
Resident Evil 5.
Give me a hat.
I need to move this phone.
Casually gives fucking dumbass things.
Yeah,
You know?
and it's not gonna like turn dark or light with you. It's just gonna sit.
Oh yeah, it's just gonna sit there.
What do I have on this screen? Scream? Yeah, good enough. I have Burglar again. And my PNG just sits back there. I have Genshin, Siege, and a VR Alien game setup. Because those all require different fucking sizes for the screens, and it's really crazy. I'm gonna open up the game now. Everything else is changed and ready.
No.
No. The fuck you mean? Ow. I hit my hand. Oh, the game's gonna be so loud, but I can't tab out because I don't want to freak out the game.
Really cool.
Really cool? Yes, well, thank you. I like my little trinkets. We also have a thing. Okay, Resident Evil. We have a thing. It's called It's called Tangia. It does cost money because it's bits. It's paid through bits. But it makes silly little things that pop up on the screen or whatever, or like different stuff. Very cool, very fun. Instead of just like noises. Resident Evil 5. That one's really cool. I think that's the only other special little thing. I want to put more things on my screen, but I also don't want to kill my computer.
Resident Evil 5.
Damn, Resident Evil, you're fucking loud. Because I have killed my computer. Oh my god, it broke arc raiders last night too.
Oh.
I got myself stuck in a corner. They do have a button after some time that gets unstuck player because I was literally stuck. Bulk hydrate. Good. God, quiet. I'll miss you, quiet. I love you, quiet.
You take care. I will miss you. I love you so much, quiet. You're so cool.
Okay, 5-2. Oh, we're on the second part of chapter 5. Online. Oh yeah, we're keeping it to rogue because we had somebody join. Yell if you need me. We always need you.
I need you.
We're both so dramatic. Oh my good heavens.
It's fine. I just have the gay little things that he's been sending me all day.
I have
the entire day.
The gay little things you sent to me on Instagram, and by that, a hot man. And the accidental shrimp. Organize. What do you move? Gib. Why is there one bullet? Okay, fine. Keep that one bullet. Do I have a shotgun? I gave it to her. Remove egg. That sounds very weird because it's coming from Sheva. Remove egg. Okay, so what do we have? What do I have? What do I need? I do kind of want the other, but I just put bullets in there. How do you feel? Treasures. Oh, how far are we? In this, we are on chapter 5, part 2. However, chapter 5, section 2. We have one more chapter after this, so we're closing into the end. Removing the egg. We're pretty close to the end. Are you familiar with Resident Evil? Because if not, I can give you the whole rundown. The quick rundown, one may say.
Do it anyway. Do it anyway.
Why did I put that in my pocket?
The evil.
Explain why the residents are in fact evil. Put that over there.
Yeah. See, at one point, I'm gonna take the Barbie phone that you have, and I'm gonna just edit it onto the PNG. I'm gonna ask my friend if I can edit it.
I can send you the file for the
gifts, and it's just gonna be 1 minute no Barbie phone, next minute pulls out Barbie phone. You know?
Yes, like you're actually just like, hold on, I gotta text somebody. Boom. Zombies? Maybe you're entirely right. Zombies, maybe. We've evolved to the Las Plagas in... Okay, I don't say it properly, but the Boys. They say it properly in the game, and I have not heard it actually properly be said in so long because of memes. And I always say Boys. We've evolved to those types of viruses. More like parasites now, instead of like zombie virus. TG. What was that? V? TG. I think maybe C. GGC? Trading game card?
GG subs?
GG subs? But yeah, we've evolved.
Sorry.
Umbrella Corporation's gone. It's now Tricell, another medical corporation. Wonder what's gonna happen there. We're part of Bazaar. We're playing as Chris Redfield. The Obobo Boys. The Obobo Boys. I have two. Oh, I do have two. I do have two. One bullet. How much money do I have? Not enough money. This game really is very weird with its upgrades. I think that's probably good for now. Do you have any ammo? What's better? Is this better? X. Letales. Firepower 7?
Me.
50? Me. 60?
I gotta have music on in the background, I swear, because it's just
100.
the silence and only me and you speaking.
Oh, I give you the
my-
music. The music is way. It's not remotely close to anything that the music is happening.
I gotta pull up those fucking silly core playlists.
I love the cat ones. Oh, those are two of the same ones. So this is the most powerful. Okay.
Is that a new Teto song?
Ooh.
Is that a new Teto
Another
song?
Teto song? The Hunk?
Released yesterday.
The Leon Twin. I know a lot of these games otherwise. Okay, Hunk is part of Umbrella Corporations, like more or less the secret side of it, because Umbrella is a front company of medical supplies. They make medical, like medicine, all that, whatnot. But then they have the secret underground layers of labs where they do experiments, and that's where the viruses come from, and that's what they're experimenting, because Spencer, the head of actual Umbrella, wants to be immortal. Old white man wants to be immortal. That's the sum of that. Start all these experiments, but they make bows, organic weapons. Bows to help the military and whatnot. So they're trying to make weapons, which is the Tyrant, which is the big one from Leon Twink episode. They sold a lot of games. The pandemic. Exactly. The whole umbrella.
I sent you the Teto.
Oh my god, it is TGC. Hell yeah. I'm gonna save that Teto for later. I'm excited about that Teto. What else? But they start with that, and then we get to no longer the Twink Leon, because Twink Leon started with his first day of work at the RPD Raccoon City Police Department when the apocalypse happened and the zombies exclusively just in Raccoon City. Oh, I'm sorry, and I dropped you.
That's
exclusively there, and then they imploded the entire city, and so Claire, Leon, Sherry, and Ada are I guess Jill and Carlos, that they're in the third game, but it's like same time. I think those are like the only 6 people that we really see make it out. There are some other people, because then that affects Requiem, the new game coming out. I highly recommend. There's probably just about like a couple of games you should play if you do want to play that, just for lore, or watch videos, because that's what I do. But by the point of where we're at, Leon's no longer a twink. He's not even in this game, but he's no longer a twink. He's buff and depressed and drinks a lot.
No.
Literally, canonically, what he is. Depressed and drinks a lot. But, man, he could do a
Let him
backflip.
be a twink and depressed.
He can do a backflip, though. One hell of a backflip. We're playing as Chris, who lost his partner, Jill, who's from, like, all the other games. And they're in Africa. We're in Africa currently. Working with Bazaar, which is just another military group that specializes in, like, a lot of this stuff. But we're working with Sheva, she's from the African unit. So we're working with her. And that's what we're trying to figure out what the fuck's happening, and he's looking for Jill. That's essentially what's happening right now. And we're looking about, like, Boris, because there was stuff going on here. But his main goal is find Jill. The Boris. Depression buff is insane. Still waiting for mine. Me too, Coco. Me too. When will they give it to us? When will we be depressed buff? You do unnecessary backflips? Yeah, he can. Yeah, he sure can.
They're so
Isn't it
necessary.
watching you play the new one while I sit in my well-lit room with a plushie to hide behind. You're so real for honestly, actually, like, you're so real for that because the new one, there's some stuff that I've seen from the demo that like I try to avoid because I don't want to see too much. It genuinely looks fucking horrific. So I'll play it for you, don't you worry. You bet your ass I will be playing it as soon as it comes out, so I will get you that content. Yeah, Devil Wears Prada
You better.
2.
I gotta watch it. I gotta know the lore. I'll understand the
Exactly.
lore.
I have to actually get the lore, and I'm gonna actually do research because this pertains to Resident Evil Outbreak, which I never played personally because it's a side game, but it has to deal with Raccoon City, so same time as Twinkleon, and Resident Evil 3, which is Carlos, because it's a Raccoon City incident, but it's a group of survivors. It's I forget what, but the main one. I love you, Twinkleon. Thank you for the sacrifice. I will gladly take this bullet for you. I love Resident Evil, but it deals with the Outbreak survivors because there's one who she's a reporter, and that is the mother of Grace, who is the main character in Requiem. And that's a full circle. So she has a lot to do with Raccoon City because her mom was part of that. And she's now a reporter, which I'm telling you, it would be so cool to fucking have Claire back because she does this shit. Coco, I was conspiring. I was conspiring. Because I'm like, man, actually it would be really cool to bring back Claire because she's a reporter and she digs into things, and this is essentially what Grace was doing and what her mother was doing. Seeing Snapcube play Outbreak on some of... Dude, you can play it with friends. I really want to play it with friends because I've never played it, and it looks really fun with friends because it's dumb. I'm gonna hit go so the cutscene starts to play. We're never gonna fucking finish this game. Oh, there's no
So
cutscene.
this was the facility ky3len was talking about.
She's got us under surveillance. I can almost guarantee she sent that
can run in a
VOD to
circle,
eliminate
then.
us.
You
Can I
can
bring up
ask
the
her
map?
about that. And
There's a
if she
file.
wants to find
Oh,
it.
holy shit,
All
I
right.
spin.
Let's find her then.
Test subject. So this is Jill. Jill has brown hair. So now she has... I almost said blue hair. Blonde hair, blue eyes. There's a lot of context and subliminal messages and stuff that's in this because you have the man who wants to be superior and rule over everybody. Not necessarily rule, but cause everything and be the most powerful person is Wesker, Mr. Whiskers. And he's blonde hair, blue eyes. Also a bitch. And I love him. Additional slight skin whitening. Damn, they made her...
Damn.
Damn.
They made her white.
They made her white. She was white already. Yeah. Gonna send you the videos of her. Yes, go, please. Fuck yeah. I mean, Jill was... what is... What? What were the words that just came out of your mouth? The words that came out of your mouth did not...
That's fucked up. How could they make her whiter like that?
All I heard, at least in my brain, that process was... And I was like, wait a minute. None of that processed. That did not process. Doesn't have... Okay, you're entirely correct, Doc. My bad, G. He has cat eyes. She wasn't white. Yeah, I'm like, she was already bitty white, but they made it... So she picked up that ammo, but won't take the ammo that she actually needs.
You grab it.
Roger.
She's special. This is Sheva. Oh, she's great. Can always high five. Put the Russian in Sheva.
Shove cool. I
Honestly,
am staring respectfully at Sheva.
you're welcome. I'll sit and stare respectfully. Saying that's so fucking funny. You guys were just like, well, damn. But hey, we're together in this. Wait, whining or just keeping her out of the sun? Honestly, I feel like it's just keeping her out of the sun because she most literally was just sitting in a test tube. Oh yeah, they turned grosser. But I forgot they have guns now. Because, okay, the virus is no longer like, oh, zombie. It's more like zombie brain dead, where they don't have control over themselves. Hey, oh. Hey, Sheva, hit him. Oh. Okay. So yeah, it's more like
Sheva,
Sheva, come on, please. Oh, I hit the box. Ooh, Sheva, pick that up. Sheva, take this. You're gonna fight my least favorite boss, the second goop monster. Oh. I don't really like a lot of the boss fights in this. Oh, she doesn't have space, does she? How do I... Is it I? E? E. Okay. Oh, yeah, she has a lot of stuff in her pockets. Okay. How do I... Okay. I do remember the buttons. How intelligent is the parasite that could use weapons through them? It essentially just controls their spinal cord. Like, it is an enhanced version of the Las Plagas. Oh, I forgot I can't move and aim. What was he doing there? Hey. E. Quick. E. Why do I... Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Why are they like rolling to us? Oh, he has no head. Okay, stand up, Mr. Redfield. Okay. So a person is there, it's just more of these people are military trained and the parasite is using their muscle. Yeah. Like at this point, the parasite just has a hold on them. And it's like Remy from Ratatouille. That's except it's just a parasite, not even like on the back of them, in their body holding their stuff. They touch their gun wound. I don't know, that's just a them thing. I think that's just them being special. Whoa. Sorry, I spun. Sheva, go kill him. Sheva. Sheva. Sheva, there's a man who is coming towards us. He roared at us. Also, they should not feel pain.
Sheva, I believe in you.
That's true. They shouldn't. I actually don't know how that... Oh, there he is.
Yeah, how does that work?
That part I actually don't know too much.
I mean...
Well, I guess...
like, shooting them a million times, they don't... They just kind of seem to keep on going as well with, like, the bosses and things, so, like...
They do have enhanced strength and, like, abilities. Yeah. Oh, I need to go to the other side. This side? Yes. But, like, I guess they are still alive in there. They're not dead. They just lose all, like... They're no longer there.
Yeah.
I did it before you, Sheva. Sorry. Did she use any of her shotgun ammo? Damn, she didn't. Crazy. Oh. Okay. The personal space, Sheva? Oh, she don't know. She don't... Oh. She don't know personal space. I'm not out there enough. Hey, Sheva. Go take care of them. Actually... Oh! So much happened in that moment that I didn't know what happened. I didn't think I actually threw that grenade, but I guess I did. But it also saved me. Sheva don't know personal space.
Sheva for personal space is never gonna...
Yeah.
She doesn't know the meaning of personal
It's either that, or then when I want space, or when I don't need her far away, she's so far away, and I'm like, where are you, Sheva? Sheva! Come on! Please! Is that a person? Oh, Sheva. I think it's two. Oh. Hey, is that an explosive? Oh. Well, he's dead. I like taking the random guess of... He's not dead. Kaboomy. They're dead. Oh, they're not, Sheva. Sorry, Sheva. There's one left. Okay, just kidding. He's dead. Need to bullshit a decent answer? Oh shit, yeah. Oh, Magnum. Oh, I should bring that out. I mean, my weapons are kind of strong. Have she used? She has used some of them.
Thanks, partner.
She has so much shotgun ammo. Did she not take it all?
Thanks.
Oh, it only
Thanks,
gives.
partner. Thanks, partner.
Her pockets. Her pockets are so full. Want to play it? There's a reason it's recommended play it? Yeah. This one I feel like isn't the worst. I did as a child, when I was in middle school playing this, I did get really annoyed with Sheva. I was so annoyed as her.
Understandable.
But 6 is the one I extremely like. I don't play it unless you have somebody to play with. Except I'm gonna play it alone, but
6, 7.
6? Maybe 7? Maybe 7? That fucking meme I sent to Fox is so funny.
It's Excella.
It has to be attached to the spinal cord. It also has connected to the spinal cord. It sends a lot of nervous system attached to the spinal cord.
What?
It's still sent through the nerves, meaning the parasite can feel pain due to being connected to nerves. You know, that makes sense.
Shit. Wesker.
Whisker.
I thought he was dead.
When the last time did we see Mr. Whisker?
I don't know.
Don't. I think genuinely we have not seen Mr. Whiskers since the first Resident Evil. Since the first residents were evil.
No, we've seen him. We have seen him in this one.
In this one. Oh, wait, no, we saw him in 4 though, too. At the very end.
Yeah.
We've seen him in this one, but before this game, we don't really... What the fuck is that noise?
Yeah, we saw him right at the end of 4, I believe.
Yeah, I think in the old 4, I don't remember him being in it at all. That's who Ada's always been working for, but like, I don't think we saw him in the old 4. But it sounds good, right? Yeah, I mean, it's like in 4 when they removed the parasite from Leon and Ashley, like, it's shocking them and they still feel everything and that little thing squirming in there because it's dying. Seen Wesker since 1. True, Chris has not seen Wesker since 1. That is a correct fact. Honestly, I feel like that's like the easiest answer to give and the best way to... Sheva, we walk. Sheva, when in doubt, we run.
Run, Sheva, run.
Right now we walk, Sheva. I am like holding my face back as if they're actually near me. Oh, for an explanation, if you aren't familiar with bows and oh, don't say that. Oh,
I wanna lick you.
oh. Sheva ran into that one. As an explanation, what these are called lickers because they're tongue. Whoever fucking named it that, you know, Sheva, get over here right now. I hate this area. Okay, anyways, those are called lickers. They're slightly advanced in the... What the? Okay.
It's me from high school, a liquor.
So fucking... Oh, I can't take it.
Okay.
Take it.
Okay.
Oh, cool. She had space. But those are some bows, you know? You fucked up and go to... Sheva... Oh. You want to break it, Sheva? Oh, okay. She ran straight towards it. Oh, I really want to take the red herb. Oh, hello! There's a lot of enemies here. I shot that man in the face and activated the cutscene. There's some... Oh, I should hide behind this. Oh, my eyes! Okay.
Oh, my eyes.
That like it like rings the ears too accurately.
Yeah, that's how it. I feel that.
Who's shooting from over there? He has a freaking helmet on. Sheva, can you watch the one that's like above us?
Oh, Sheva, you didn't wash it. My eyes and my ears.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh, Sheva, it's that one. Shoot him. Okay, Sheva. Sheva, please.
Youch. Youch is right.
Oh, stout. Oh my god, I fucking love the CQC in this. I was talking to Kev about it at work, about which stories we'd have to play in 6. And I'm very torn up. Part of me is just almost like, what if I learn to speedrun so we can't just play every single one of them? Ada's is the only one that I can spare. Did she pick that up? I just watched Ada explode. Ada? Sheva. I was thinking about Ada. Are we going over here, Sheva? No, okay. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out which stories would be the best. Oh, it's this. I forgot. Okay, Sheva, I hope you're good at this. We're gonna play Frogger. You, as long as it's not Jake's. That's fair.
Looks like we have to go this way.
Yes, Sheva. Yes, it does look like it. So I hope you run. Oh my god. Because we're gonna play Leon and... Whoa. Bonk. Stomp. Oh. Is he dead? Oh. Bonk.
Sheva, run.
Kaboomy. So Sheva, this is gonna be quite hard.
Come on!
Roger.
Oh, Sheva, can you pick that up? Do you have space? Frick. I'll use this. I'll take this. Sheva, can you break that? It's only because Jake has this stupid snowmobile. Dude, I fucking hate the snowmobile one. I remember dying of laughter when me and Nikki were playing. Because we were so bad at it. Oh. I think he had a grenade on him. I think that man had a grenade on him. Oh, sorry, Sheva. I just stopped walking. Oh, okay. This was relatively easy. Oh, hey. Oh, damn.
Oh damn.
That's right in front of us, Sheva. Okay, you need to stop throwing those. Ow. Sheva, you didn't stop him.
Sheva, can you behave, please?
Can you do something, Sheva?
Oh my god, I saw that bounce in front of me.
Careful!
I saw that explosive, like, bounce.
Damn, I can't believe that thing bounced in front of you.
Yeah, he fucking did, bro. That thing fucking bounced, bro.
Oh shit, hold on.
I owe you one.
I'm just sliding on this fucking thing. That bitch. So... Oh. I hit him in the head. Hey, I would really like an explosion now. I didn't mean to hit that. I actually meant to hit him. Sheva hurt him. Sheva, he's after me. What the hell? Jenna Marbles. I miss Jenna Marbles. Oh. Sheva. I saw her just. Yeah.
Oh, I swear I remember seeing something about Jenna Marbles the other day.
Oh.
Take this.
Sheva. I miss her. Okay. Oh, it's so calm now. Me too. Yeah. She deserved better.
Mm-hmm.
What's this? Oh. Did like the enemy team to fight back just now? Were they not fighting?
Yeah, that's what I saw, dog. Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I can't be.
I was just trying to find evidence.
Did he? I'm like, did he really pass? He's so old. I wouldn't doubt it being that. I really like that figure. Oh my god. Let's see. Oh, I see on Twitter that he's probably I don't think he's passed, but he's old. Confirmed, did I
Not
believe? Oh,
doing
he
too
confirmed.
well.
Yeah. He's so old. May 6th. It's my birthday. Temporary level 4 quarantine.
Hell yeah.
Wait, that was the what Boris virus onto the missiles. Oh yeah, they're loading. I don't know why, but they always think that loading whatever virus onto a missile and sending it to wherever they want is going to be a good idea. So they did that. So they did quarantine.
Huh?
What was that? Start typing. I'm back and have some pride. God damn it! Don't go quiet. Kick and scream. Make it difficult. They popped off and won a team fight. Good for them. Honestly, it's so sad when they don't. It's like, come on, like, you guys can do it. Just stay focused. Since the area was put under quarantine, there have been reports of animal undergoing a strange rapid mutation.
Oh my god, whoa. The animals are rapidly mutating due to a virus.
No fucking way. I bet you that virus got out.
Who could ever believe that?
Rita told me it sounded like a kick at the end. No, I just don't like winning like that. That's so real. Benedicta's just like, damn, is your kink shaming the people? Oh, so nice. They put arrows for us. We know which way we're going. Oh.
Give me a grenade.
Give me that. Zone 3? Okay. Oh. I hate these ones. I don't know why they use missiles. Release it into the water? Yeah, the only missile that I feel like worked was,
Take it.
Roger.
N6. We'll see it. Because it was an airborne one.
Why would they need these?
So it's just smoke.
Maybe they're planning to start a war.
So they just smoked out the people. Well, shit, I wanted that to do that. Well, fuck. That's full up. Has she not been using her shotgun at all, Girly Pup?
The Reapers are coming up.
I hate them, I hate them. I see seeing those little guys dangle from there.
Oh, no! I should
I drank my water. Don't worry, I drink my water.
everyone quiet. You're not alone. You have us.
Give me a grenade.
Scarred? Yes.
Looking
we have
at
to.
you with my big ol' eyes.
Oh.
And sobbing.
Thanks.
Okay. Big old little eyes. Big old little eyes. Just trying on some pants I've ordered online. I'm crying. I have to change them all. Oh no. I'm 5'2" as well. 5'2", 5'3". I could relate to that pain. Got my big old eyes. Not the big old eyes. No, no.
Quiet out.
Agony. Pain. I would really like to have this grenade, so we're gonna do something for science.
Throwing up and blowing bubbles.
Throwing up and throwing up and throwing bubbles? Throwing up and blowing bubbles. I don't know why we're throwing the bubbles.
Try and throw the bubbles.
Yeah. Oh, bye. Guess what? Oh. Oh. Sheva, I wish for you to use your shotgun right about meow. They have hatched.
You can do it. Right meow.
They have birthed. Sheva. Sheva 1 has escaped. The prisoner. The prisoner has escaped. Sheva, we're running. Ooh! Sheva! Sheva, shoot it! Sheva, in fact, did not shoot it and got one shot. Oh my god, I can organize my pockets. Actually, not bad. Not the worst thing to have happened. I wish I could separate oop, these. I'll take some grenades. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Grenade.
Grenade egg.
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 Egg in
I don't really want to waste these bullets. Okay. Sheva? Look at that fucker! I didn't realize he's up there. I didn't realize you could see him. Sheva, I'm gonna need you to actually shoot him. Oh my god. Sheva, I don't know, but you should back away from it. Okay, Sheva, hold on. We're actually running. Sheva, I don't remember how to quick turn. Sheva, run. Is she shooting?
I don't know.
You know? I missed. There we go. Sheva, I really need you to lock in. I really need you to lock in, girly. It doesn't feel like you're locked in all too much. Somebody needs to sit Sheva down and be like, hey, you need to lock the fuck in. Please don't. That was to the giant eggs above. Ew, us. Sheva, come on. You can't be out of breath, Sheva. You do this all the time. Oh, the lever.
Constantly being out of breath.
Honestly, me as fuck. Let's Sheva shit. Where am I going? Where are we going, Sheva? Hey, we died, Sheva. We could farm those weapons. Okay.
These must be the discarded test subjects from the research facility.
Sheva, just don't step on them. Yeah, they're quite mean, Sheva. Oh! Sheva, kick him. Sheva? Sheva, kick him again. Thank you. Oh my god, I started running before I was even out of the cutscene. Sheva, I hope a box doesn't come. I should stop speaking. Fucking run, Grace! Oh, I did it. Sheva, I hope you make it. Oh, she just barely fucking made it. Yippee! Come on, Sheva. Sheva, could you, like... What if I take her weapon and, like... Huh, didn't know I could do that. Okay. Is that a button? Pull the lever. Oh, there's the ones we killed because we punched them. Jinx. Yeah. 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 Come here, Come here, Sheva. I hope she runs out of ammo in that gun and finally switches to her shotgun.
You're luring Sheva over like a cat. It's like, come here, Sheva.
Because sometimes she's right there. Like we said, no space. And then sometimes she's so far away, I'm like, come on. Come here, Sheva.
Come on, Sheva.
Like, come on. Come on, little guy. Oh. Can't pick that up. Can't pick that up. What did I just gain? Oh. Thanks. I wish I could fit all that in my pocket, but I can't. Computer? I broke it. I broke the computer.
No!
Oh no. No more computer screens for anybody. Yeah. Yeah. Mainframe? Gone. Computers? Broken.
Pull the lever. Crank. ... Wrong lever.
Wrong lever, wrong. That would be Sheva. Oh. Hey, Sheva, so there was ammo back there, but I guess it's gone now. I could have canceled it in that moment, but I didn't. Cutscene, yeah! Oh. I forgot about this boss. Like, I knew which boss was coming up.
No.
I absolutely hate this boss. Me and Nikki got stuck here, and we eventually had to just buy a rocket launcher to kill him. Because we just could not kill him.
That's wild.
Well,
Yeah.
glad you could make it.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
also really weird looking.
Yeah.
Excella, where's Jill?
Excella.
Jill. You're like a broken record, you know that?
Oh my god, they have chickle physics.
No mind of us, he said.
Oh.
You've spent so long
Oh my...
trying
I feel like they didn't
to
earlier.
over us. Well, here, enjoy.
Hey, Miss Excella, I actually really
I
don't.
don't think they did, but like, Jesus, that's a lot of jiggle physics.
Yeah. If they did, they were subtle, but I'm pretty sure they didn't. The same thing? Yeah, this boss is unnecessarily hard.
The Uroboros is a new
The
DOW. And you're
Uroboros.
planning on selling it to terrorists.
Good guess, but no. While it does resemble the VODs based on the progenitor
This is a poor time to think, but I'm like, man, I should put my earrings in.
Then what are you
Who needs
using
to
it
think?
for?
I'm putting down the earring. I don't have time. I do have time.
Evolution. It's a philosopher's stone, one that will choose through DNA who shall proceed to the next.
Isn't she cold?
stage.
Honestly?
My vision and his combined.
That's the wrong
now
place.
known reality.
Evolution? What are you talking
I
about?
mean, I feel like Africa's very warm, but they're in a laboratory. So yeah, I feel like she would be cold.
Everyone will.
That's the wrong... Can I put these in the right order? I'm messing up my earrings.
Too bad.
He didn't pass.
He wasn't worthy. Only the chosen ones are fit for the coming new world.
Yeah.
Excella, wait!
Well,
Okay.
What does he look like though?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, because I don't have my grenade launcher. Oh, Sheva, run!
Much more ferocious.
Okay. So this thing... Oh my god, yeah, we get that. Yeah, me and Nikki had run out of flame rounds and flamethrower fuel. Ooh. Okay. She has a heat on it? Yeah, yeah! I would believe it. Sheva, don't run towards it! I'm hoping. Oh my god. Yeah, Sheva, fucking watch out for his arms. You ran straight towards him. Can resist the evil? Yes. The evil seems to be within. I do have stronger weapons this time.
Evil is within.
Insert game title. Oh no, Sheva, run.
Look at the camera.
Sheva, I have to take this flamethrower, but this is going to be very bad because you don't know what you're doing. Sheva, his arm disappeared. Oh, Sheva, run! I thought he was over there.
Sheva.
Oh, cool. I had one of those bullets left. Hey, so I don't know where its weak spot went. Okay, it's just the whole thing now. Okay, we're not doing too bad. Give me those. Okay, thank you, Sheva. I wish I could turn. Okay. Ew! Oh, I hate how he looks! It's just an enlarged... Mother, I crave violence. Oh, he grew everything back! Oh, don't. No, I need those. Yeah, okay. Oh, Sheva, run. Oh my god, Sheva, I can't turn! I don't like that she stopped in my camera. God, he moves so weird! Oh, thanks, Sheva. Oh. Sheva, why are you going towards him? Sheva, he's moving. Sheva, I think he's behind me, isn't he? Worst part about this boss, the flamethrower is damn near useless. Yeah.
Wait, he's so ugly.
He is.
Like, ew.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I forgot about this guy. Oh. Sheva, do we have any other flame? No. He's crawling towards us. Menacingly. I guess this would be a good time to light him up with the flamethrower. But I really don't want to have to pick that up. Hey, Sheva, there's ammo there for you. I don't have time to break the boxes with a knife. He's right behind me, isn't he? Do you have enough for the rocket launcher? I don't even think I do. If I pick that up... Oh, good heavens. Sheva, time to run. Ew, I forgot that's what that looks like.
Run, Sheva! Run, Sheva! Sheva, run!
Use a flamethrower and make Sheva pick it up. True. Okay, Sheva. He's a little too close now. I might have to make her pick it up. We'll see. Oh.
Come on, Roger.
Sheva! I waited too long, Sheva!
Sheva, no! Sheva! Sorry, Sheva, that was my bad, G.
It's up to you.
Hey.
I'm that son of a bitch.
Sheva! Sheva, can you shoot him? Sheva, I'm a little uncomfortable with how he looks. Sheva, I'm glad I can't burn you. Sheva. Sheva, can I burn you? I say that with love because she had worms on her. Okay, we're gonna put it back.
Ew.
Yeah.
Can she not?
Oh, Sheva! Sheva, no!
I don't remember how to quick turn. This happened last time too. Oh, hey Sheva. Actually, he's gaining on us relatively fast, and I don't like that. Ooh. Where's... Sheva, keep shooting him. Sheva, you didn't shoot him. Sheva, you're not shooting him. Sheva. Sheva, you have a clear shot. Sheva, please. Sheva, he's like regaining everything because you're standing there.
Sheva, like, come on. Sheva, why won't you shoot? What is wrong?
Sheva behind us!
I'm just gonna unload this on him. Oh, sorry, I didn't know where F and V was.
Are you okay?
You know, that's fair. He does have both of his arms now, Sheva, because somebody wasn't shooting him.
Oh well.
Oh my god, I can't turn.
Oh, Sheva. Sheva, I can't turn. Hopefully you don't get hit, Sheva. Please die. Okay, Sheva, we're fine here. Sheva? Thank you, Sheva. Sheva, what do we got? I see. He's behind me, isn't he? What do we got over here? What do we got over here? What do we got over here? Nothing? What do we got over here? First aid spray, okay. Sheva? I'm trusting you. Is he burnt enough? Sheva, what do you think? This is a very uncomfortable,
Let him fly even more. He deserves to be.
Sheva! Sheva, he's extreme.
Yeah, sorry, Sheva. Sheva, you have 50 bullets.
Sheva, use your bullets.
Where is she? Oh, there she is. I wonder. Options. Game settings. I should have reset this stuff because I don't know what the controller systems. No. Whoa. Okay. I can't request the gun. Okay, she's shooting. Yeah, shoot him. Yeah. Okay, well, actually, don't shoot him right now.
The forbidden burger patty. Yeah, forbidden burger patty.
We are cooking. What is it? Do you have grenade launcher? I don't. Not right now. That's the one thing that it gave us flame. Woo! Sheva, run! Okay, Sheva, actually, he's a little too close. Oh, well, that was quite rude. Okay, now run, Sheva. She is absolutely useless. I'm sorry, that's your own. Sorry, Sheva. Sheva, run. You know, Sheva, I don't know how that didn't hit us. Might be bugged. It doesn't actually work for PC. That's crazy. Incinerator. Is he okay?
I don't think so.
Sheva's in fact, I'm not okay. Damage it is? There is no like health bars in a lot of the Resident Evil games. There's no health bars. They don't want to tell you how like hurt they are. Yeah, that's what Resident Evil says. Resident Evil says, who needs it? She also has a shotgun, and she just hasn't. I'm gonna go knife him. I'm gonna knife him. And she'll do it anyway. That's what I'm saying. As she will proceed to walk towards him. What'd she just pick up? What'd she just pick up? Oh, nothing. Okay. Are you shooting him? Yeah. Oh, she used one bullet. Sheva, attack him. Ooh. Wait, I just learned a button. Why'd I fall like that? Oh. Why'd I fall like that? Oh, thanks, Sheva. Hey, Sheva, there's some worms on me.
Why is there worms on me? Get them off.
You know, I just got tangled up.
It's icky.
Woo. There isn't. There's weak points and then it dies. If you don't kill it during its weak point, then it regains. I hate this shit. Come here. The strongest weapon in all Resident Evil games. Ow. I kind of figured we'd have to die. Oh.
So maybe you have to cap your frames as 30x for the flamethrower to actually work.
That's weird, though. We can try that. Let's see. Let's do a little quick little. Screen settings? No, brightness. System settings. Frame rate. Let's see. Okay. Oh my god, that's awful. Oh my god, the 30 frames is awful.
Oh. Oh no.
I actually hate 30 frames. No. This feels like an actual experience now. Oh. Oh, he just reached across. Hold on. What's she? Oh, she just dodged, but when I put down the thing, it dodged for me. 30 frames is so... Ow. Okay, he didn't like that. It makes him look toastier. Is that really what's gonna have to happen? Oh. Because it has seemed to have somewhat worked.
Wyatt build. I hate that that works.
Yeah. I should just while I can. Okay. Well, now we know if we have any boss fight problems. Because I think the same thing happened with me and Nikki. The flamethrower just wasn't working. But this game is very notorious, like, for PC, to not have worked very well. For a while, it just didn't work. And you had to download off of something else to make it work. Come on, one more thing! Yay! PC port is kind of, yeah, the PC port is kind of really bad. Oh. Oh, dude. We're just gonna keep toasting him. Because it seems to actually hurt him now. Oh, hey. I don't think he liked that.
Oh.
He backhanded me, bro. Oh, we have no more
That's
heal.
so fucking rude.
It is. I mean, if we have to restart this, it's fine. The game seems crunchier. Yeah, it does. It's 30 frames per second. That's why. Will that hit me? No. Oh. There's no more fuel. It's fucking 30 frames. The 30 frames is crazy. So he's gonna hit me if I go over there. We're gonna go around this way. It does feel like I can move smoother.
No,
That's what I'm saying. He just wants to hit Chris Redfield.
well, that's mean. Don't hit Chris. What did Chris do to you?
I may have torched him a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, good heavens, he's right there. What's it at? One more. Ah, it's ready! Yippee! Yippee! Okay. I would almost prefer to just perish so I don't waste a lot of the stuff and we can see. Oh no. But I'm also... Hello? Oh, Sheva, actually. Sheva, you should be shooting him a lot more. Oh, sorry, Sheva. Sucks to be you. Ouchie. Ouchie. You need to be careful. Sheva, I can't be careful. I have a flamethrower. I have a flamethrower, Sheva. I am danger. Oh, move, Sheva! You're in my way! If I stand behind this pole, he can't hit me. Yeah, it seems like the flamethrower does so much more damage with the 30 frames. That's interesting. The fact that the flamethrower is connected to your frame rate.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Why is it connected?
I'm
So
gonna-
weird.
I'm gonna have to tell Nikki about it. I remember Pseudo saying something of like, oh, you might have to turn down your frame rate. And I'm like, why would I have to do that? But whatever it is, it's with the enemies connected to frame rate. Well, Sheva still has a lot of shotgun rounds because she's finally using it. So maybe we could do this. I'm just
Kind of it.
very low health. Ooh. Oh! I thought he was reaching the other way. Sheva run! Oh! Sheva run, it's me! I need to run.
Shiva run.
Sheva
Run
run!
too, but Shiva also run.
Ooh. Sheva, we all need to run. Ooh, don't slap me, please. Okay. That is crazy that that suggestion is what ended up working. The damage is connected to ticks, so when you have a higher frame rate, it doesn't. Whoa. Wonky and there's more ticks, and it works better when it's just originally designed at. That's what I'm thinking. Where? Is he okay? Does he know where we're at?
I don't think he knows he's alive.
Oh. I got fucking slapped. Oh my god. I get hit one more time and then I'm dead. And that is completely fine. Oh, good job, Sheva. You dodged it. Oh, she's also almost dead. Oh. Well, now we know it's connected to frame rate. It doesn't look the worst. Hey, please give me back all my ammo. Yeah! Okay. So now I can do this. Try to click my inventory without even being in it. With that and that. We have that. I have more of those. Give that to Sheva. Why does she have one bullet? We remove that one bullet. Most campaign shooter is closely connected to ticks. Yeah. And that makes
Shiva
sense.
needs bullets.
Honestly, with how Sheva shoots? Yeah. Do wonky shit. That's fair. It makes sense. It's just annoying. It's annoying in this case because that's just Sheva. Didn't I have treasure to sell? I don't even think I have enough. Oh, I do have enough for a rocket launcher. Should we just fucking rocket launch this bitch? I think we should.
Do it. Rocket launcher.
We get him to his
Moida.
weak point.
Do a Moida.
Moida. I need better internet. I also have 3. Damn. I mean, at least we're dropping the frame rate of the game. We're slowly reaching down to your your frame rate per second. Sometimes it affects my movement and body blocking. That's fair. Sunrod. Bye. Single use. I know how it works, unfortunately. I was like, where the fuck is Chris? Put it there. I need some more rounds, I feel like. Weak point is just shoot him with the RPG? Okay. Please don't miss. Please don't miss. Who am I praying to? Myself. Please don't miss.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it.
Please don't miss. Please. Please me. Don't miss. He throws us like immediately into this.
Warning.
We.
Cleanup personnel must incinerate all contaminated.
That's so much better of an option. I fucking packed us with all this stuff. I hate this specific checkpoint because there's no time to actually prep it because they put you right in front of the monster. Anyway, so we killed him. In the most authentic
Hell
experience.
yeah.
Which
you know what's so funny is my stream glitched and I missed the entire thing. Like it was frozen on
my God, it was
you in the menu, and so I refreshed and it came back and
it was literally one frame. I loaded in, quickly pulled it out, aimed, fired, boom. Okay, we're gonna remove that. We're gonna remove that. I'll keep the grenades. I'll remove Sheva's grenades. One bullet. Oh my god. That was so much better. That was a 10,000 well worth spent in this game. I just remember me and Nikki suffering so much and we couldn't figure out what happened. Another boss like this after this one? I don't think so. Not as bad as this. We obviously have... His fight isn't even that bad. I feel like that's the worst boss fight in this game. Good enough. Raise your frame rate back up? I will. Once it lets me.
What's all this nonsense about evolution?
Options. System settings. Frame rate. Can I go higher? No. Back to...
What does she mean?
Something about a
wow, I can see all the
philosopher's
frames
stone
again.
Selecting DNA. Doesn't matter what she says. She's just a
They
terrorist.
take all my
End of
loot
story.
from me.
Can't risk Ouroboros getting out of here and infecting people.
Then let's go take care of business.
Yeah, Sheva. Let's go take care of business. I feel like there's an emblem here. I for sure missed a lot of emblems. What's in here? Well, what's over there? Come on, Sheva. Oh, a documente. Anything else? Oh, shiny. We got a sapphire, bro. Sheva, what did you pick up?
Hell yeah. Can I eat it?
Yeah, sure. You might be a little hard.
Yummy!
I almost said dictionary. Directions for use of Ouroboros. The instruction manual contains important information concerning the proper handling for the use of the Ouroboros virus. Using the virus for anything outside the uses listed in this manual could result in expiration of the handler. Oh. Wow. Using the virus for anything outside the uses listed in the manual could result in expiration of those within the handler's vicinity. Administration of the virus to the test subjects usually results in dissolution, so carefully select your test subject. When using the virus, please follow the instructions in this manual carefully. They had to say that so many times. Please use this manual. Please use this manual. Please read carefully. Please read. Please read. Virus dosage is... Oh, there's a virus dosage. To test subjects, wait. Ah. 1 bottle? 60k or above. 1 bottle. A whole bottle. After injection of the virus, TEP subject.
I'm not gonna lie, I read it as... Instead of half a bottle, I just read it as 2 out of 3 bottles. It should be
1,
half.
2?
Like, what?
1, maybe 2? 6, maybe 7?
Yeah.
Test subject may experience
7 minutes.
We're so close to it. The following symptoms: sweating, labored breathing, delirium, and/or confusion. After being administered, the virus will recognize and adapt to the test subject's DNA. During this time, the virus will enter a state of dormancy. When it is when it is unsuccessful in adapting to the subject's DNA, it will begin to assimilate organic material from organic matter from its immediate environment in order to fuel its growth. Unsuccessful. Shouldn't it be in its... Okay. The immediate area around the unsuccessful adaptation is extremely volatile. Researchers should be advised to evacuate the vicinity of the test subject's corpse. Oh, they melt. Or incinerate to prevent its spread. The virus will transform the cells inside the test subject's body into black leech-like pustules that expel from them to the skin surface, consuming the subjects completely. The creature display on the primitive intelligence and will only search for the prey upon organic matter to fuel its growth. Individually, these pustules are not a threat, but it is a collective that they are dangerous to other living organisms and will try to feed from them. Please take extreme caution when handling the virus. If the virus does adapt to the test subject's DNA, you're required to report the proper section immediately. In that case, in case of a rejection of a subject's DNA, or if these are complications, disposing of the corpse, please contact the section listed to detach paper. You will be instructed on how to deal with the situation. Okay, so now we know how to deal with it. It's like, Wesker? Yeah, the goop, yeah. I processed it afterwards. I was like, what do you mean unsuccessful?
I'm not gonna lie. I did not read goop. I read goon, and I was like, huh?
I like that goon boss.
For 1 second, I was just sat there like, huh?
Huh? Hi, Haunted. Please collect your daily streak. Please come collect your streak. Yippee, yippee, wahoo. You've done it!
Come on!
Okay.
Take it!
Okay.
Forgot about that. Come on! I hit my elbow when I did that. Oopsie.
Come on!
Man. Only got one shout in. Come on!
Come on!
Roger.
Come on!
Roger.
Come on!
Okay.
Come on!
Roger.
I have to just get it out of my system. Ooh, boxes! I feel like Sheva has slowly just stopped working.
Hydrate, you
Back
bastard!
now.
Hydrate!
Hydrate. Are you okay? I think I have pretty good posture today. I hope. Every time I say I hope you didn't hear my neck crack. Everybody heard my neck crack.
I hope you know I have been shrimping so much. I literally just sat like
Just locked in watching. Locked in, loaded. To play a video game, but I don't know what to play. Minecraft.
just sat there like that.
That's so real of you, though. That's so real of you. Sheva, is there anything over there? Let's go see.
Come on!
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Wrong button, Sheva. Hey, Sheva, so they're after us. Oh, electric rounds. The electric boogaloo.
Take it!
Okay.
Okay. I have a lot of ammo. Holy shit. She has so much ammo. She needs to shoot people. That sounds so funny. Oh god, Sheva. They're back. Why do you just growl at me like that?
You really went error.
You know, he said rah. Sheva, so they're back, and I don't really like those little guys. Friend room is full. No! Spiders. Oh, Sheva, run! Not necessarily run, Sheva. Spiders. Sheva, can you shoot him?
Oh, good heavens.
Okay, Sheva, let's run. Let's get some distance.
Oh, hi. Hello, welcome in.
Let me kill this little guy. Let me kill this little guy for you.
Oh my god, Sheva, run. Oh my god, Sheva, run.
Can he perish, please?
No.
Oh, thank God he did. Okay. Hello, welcome. We're playing Resident Evil 5. Is he dead? Okay.
And Turnip, we need you for a shout out.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're at work or not. Well, I mean, you are at work, but like.
I almost thought you said, I don't know if your wife or not.
Hello, Raiders.
I don't know if your wife or not.
If you want to be.
True.
I'm a variety streamer. We do mixed bag
Collect all my
Mondays,
things.
family-friendly Wednesdays, and horror
Resident
Thursdays.
Evil's going interesting.
Or please join us on this wild ride we call life.
It's the only way I could describe what happened.
We got stuck on him. Oh no. Maybe I should. Oh, thank you, Chevy. You actually shot him. Let's just pause this. Welcome in.
Shoot his toes.
I was trying to. I was trying to make him fall over. I was trying to make him fall over. I'm like, stop walking. Thank you for the follow as well, Wicked. But welcome in, Raiders. My name is Sarah. We are playing Resident Evil 5 today. I'm taking my little bear, Kai, on this journey because I play these games. But that little one hasn't, so I'm teaching them the lore. Doesn't have the same ring, does it? It doesn't have Horror Friday, but unfortunately work said, you work Fridays now, so. Whore.
Thursday.
I'm
Me looking at
nap. But welcome in. How was your stream today? What were you playing over there? I still don't know how to say your name. Like, I don't know how I want to say it.
I just assumed it was like Cosmo, but with an N.
Ooh, okay. Okay. I almost want to say Newt or Snoop. Funny little Newt. I fucking love that penguin so much. I need to hydrate.
Pingu is what I watched when I was like 3.
The little dinosaur. Dinosaur. But
Thank
also,
you for the biddies.
yes. If anybody from the raids needs to go and take care of themselves, please do. We will be here being silly because this game is very silly. Oh.
I do not have any ability to take this game seriously.
Oh, especially this one. Oh, you were doing this. Oh. They're so good. They got really close. Ew. Can I stomp you? Can I stomp you? Okay. Can you see him? Fuck yeah. Okay. I'm glad it's still going well. I know you're saying the
I
same.
really hate how they just bubble into the floor.
Yeah, it's something. Does this have power? No,
No,
I did not.
it never will.
Honestly, the crash outs, I feel that. I would have crashed out with that last boss, but please don't. Okay. We just
How
decided.
is the game though? Because I was looking at buying it at some point.
Ooh.
Genuinely.
Genuinely?
And on my wish list for like Feather. Genuinely.
Genuinely. We have parts. What do I have in my pockets? Oh. The same one. I really.
Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. I mentioned something.
Shh, it's okay. Recompose yourself. It's
Wait,
okay.
Shut.
What? You heard nothing. We're on a good time though. Okay. Because it's a platformer, right? It's that game that you were talking about. You guys know you can't. Quiet, you're deaf. Suddenly I cast you're deaf. I cast manual deaf.
You are not allowed to hear me. Quiet, I've taken your ears.
Suddenly, I've taken your ability to hear. Suddenly, poof. I really wish I had that shotgun that Sheva has right now, so I can absolutely deck this thing. Yep.
Oh yeah, see, I'm quite new to platformer Metroidvania type games, so I know I would have fun, but like... platformer.
Sheva.
I decided that my first, like, platformer like that would be Sundered, and I don't know if you know about Sundered, but it is, a very different...
Interesting.
Hey, Doc, you're also not allowed to buy new things. Especially not when I vetted them, because I need to vet most of... Is there a fire?
Bug! Sheva! 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 Whoa! Oh! Okay, Sheva. Actually, you're right. Get this thing moving. Okay. Well, I'm coming. I'm running. Is that an egg? It's a rotten egg.
Egg good.
Okay, Sheva. Actually, I'm a little stressed. Actually, I think I'm gonna kill all these things first. Okay. I'm a little less stressed now. Is he dead? Is Sheva still fighting the same guy? Okay. So it's a lot calmer now.
Shiv, are you good?
She was fighting the same man. She was holding it strong. Okay, Sheva. So let me press this.
I'll check if I can move it from over there.
Okay, have fun. Everything's dead, Sheva. Okay. My first platform I really enjoyed. Okay, we like that. What was that? Oh, hey, Sheva, I made a bigger... Oh, he wants me.
Platformers, I would definitely suggest Sundered. It also goes on sale pretty regularly, and if you know Spiritfarer, it's made by the same people.
Ah. I want to play some platformers.
It's really good. I've really enjoyed it.
Sorry, Shaylin's I didn't get a notification, so like, start over. Hi, Shaylin.
Hello.
Hello. You missed me losing my mind with a boss, but then we just rocket launched him, so he's dead. He's gone. No worries. Platformer got it. Hey, you put that pen and paper down right now. Put that pen and paper down right meow, quiet. Right meow. Right fucking meow. I love people's usernames. Like on that note of seeing that in chat. It's so great. Oh, rocket launcher! Except he doesn't have one bullet. He has multiple bullets. Oh!
You know what? Fuck it. Have you considered playing Hollow Knight? You should play Hollow Knight.
Whatever. I sat up so straight. Oh. What's happening over there, Chef? Okay. Oh, not okay, but... Okay. Here's words and change your last one. Okay, I'll first. Oh! I should look. Who's shooting us, Sheva? Where did that come from? Him. Shoot him in his kneecaps. Oh, hey. Hey, girly. There's somebody coming around this corner. Okay. Sorry. Change it to gamer. Oh, I don't want the rotten egg. Yay. Mer. Exactly. Also, high fire. 5 billion compensation. Oh, Sheva, there's a lot of people in there.
Quiet, that's because you are.
Oh.
You have no choice in this matter. I have decided for you.
No,
You
get that
are
back.
in fact gay.
Sorry, I gave Sheva a grenade when I meant to equip it.
Whoopsies.
Yeah, a little, honestly.
Yeah, I'm so
hey, stop
sorry,
running
guys.
towards me.
I have in fact decided that you are in fact gay. Sorry to break it to you.
Yeah. Open the door faster. What's this? Hey, I got more rocks for us to chew. I got a whole necklace. Sheva,
Thanks.
you take that. Yeah, oh, yeah, you're welcome. I just need to free up my pockets so it goes into yours. What's this document? Report the implementation of preventing information leaks. Damn, someone leaking information. I'm happy with it. You better be happy with it. Sleep gas. What? Sleep gas? Elimination. Fell into a coma. Eliminations of the targets. Disposal. End of report. Read like a word off of each page.
Why are you sleep gas?
It's to remove any internal leaks of information. They said, I cast sleep gas. Well, fuck. Yes, finally. Oh, not finally. It wasn't a red herb. I forgot. Sheva. Oh, damn! I said Sheva's name, and she actually, like, she came back. That kind of startled me. Ooh, more ammo. Gar's sexual, yes! I fucking love Garrus! Playing Minecraft and all alone, that's real.
Minecraft.
Hate having so little friends. That's real. I still have this map on. I'm doing space for this? Sure, take this hand grenade. Minecraft. Back in the mines. We're back in the tube section.
Side to side.
Side to side.
Me and Quiet have just been quoting that this entire week.
Yeah. Creeper. Oh man.
Oh man.
That's another one that gets me. Oh, we're spinning. I raise you up.
Baby tonight.
Fuck it up, yeah. Oh my god. Where are they, Sheva? We're spinning. I'm spinning. We're all spinning. Okay, you know what? I'm not. No. I can't aim. What's he doing? How rude. Where is he?
It stopped.
Where is he?
Something's stopping it.
Oh, there. Oh, I hit him. Oh my god. Oh, here.
It's going up again.
Yes, I hit the person holding the switch. Side to side. Okay. Stuck in my head.
Now I gotta listen to it. Now I gotta listen to it.
Now, I need to listen to it.
I have to. I legally have to.
Yeah, I can't hit these shots. You miss all the shots you don't take. I miss my shots I take. Sheva, how far do we have to go up? Like, oh, another one. Another one. Stuck in my head. It's stuck in my head. Slob made by me. Believable. Acceptable. Uppies! Yay! I got him.
Yeah,
Me. I got really close to that. Let me just like back y'all away. Let me just make some spots. Yeah, it is Uppies time. This is my platformer. What platforming am I doing? I don't know. I'm just standing on an elevator. Oh, good heavens. Sheva, I can't hit them. Oh, he tripped and fell. Oh my god, I feel dizzy. Is he okay? Oh!
I hate how much this is a banger, but also I looked up when this fucking Minecraft cover released.
Horrible mistake. It's been
14 years ago.
It's been so long. I have 69 bullets in my...
I was 5.
Come on. Okay. Take it. Roger.
That's crazy! What the fuck?
It was like a couple of months before my birthday.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Side, side to side, side, side to side. Hey, yeah.
Come on. Roger.
Oh, hi, Sheva. You need to be that close to me? What fucking chapter are we in? Where are we? Oh, it's happening! We're getting so close to it. I remember also dying at this part.
I think Excella is here.
If we want to find out, we're gonna have to lower
You,
that
you
bridge.
tell me when it's
Then we
happening.
need to locate the
Oh,
controls.
right.
Yes, yes, I will. I think it's it's in this building. Like it's in this ruins. Also, I'm like, I think we're getting close because like we gotta go back into the ruins. We're out of lab, so we're getting closer.
You grab it.
Pick that up. Thank you, Sheva. Yeah, it's locked. You know, for how much, like, Mr. Redfield most literally kicks down the doors, I'm surprised he can't kick down this door.
I mean, he can try.
He didn't even try, he just tried to use the handle.
Damn.
Well,
Well, that's pretty fucked
this
up.
shouldn't be...
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Yeah. Power. Hydrate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Backs.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
Okay, I'll be fighting things and
I
on
don't
your
know
moment.
if I've drank today.
Oh.
I have been so fixated on cross-stitching like the entire day. I don't know if I've had a drink or not.
I mean, focus. You're locked in. Go get water. Or juice.
I was so locked in. I have water right next to me.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's the thing.
Oh.
Activate the elevator for me. Hold on.
Hi, Sheva.
Things out.
Okay, so where the fuck do these enemies come from? Oh god, and I set Sheva up there? I knew I didn't like the enemies here.
I'm going to need your help with those things.
Why would you do that? That's fucked up.
Sheva, just fucking run. Just fucking run, Sheva. I can't do anything. Okay, just kidding. You're gonna have to
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
push faster, Sheva. They're coming after you. Actually, they're a little confused, Sheva. I think because of the frame rate. Hold up the line. Oh my Jesus Christ. Oh my Jesus Christ, Sheva. I can't help you anymore, Sheva. Sheva, that scared the shit out of me. He jumped at my fucking screen. Sheva, open the door.
I need your help.
Oh, so, Sheva, I don't know which one has got you. Jump down, Sheva. Jump down. Open your... Oh, Sheva. Okay, open it. Sheva, there's a lot of people in this room.
Sheva, I believe in you. You can do it, Sheva.
Oh my god. What's that land?
Please kill them,
The
Sheva.
tri-cell door in this old... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, so Sheva,
I need a flame massacre.
we gotta get out of here. So, there is a wall of... Yeah! Sheva, you have a literal...
Sheva.
Sheva, I can't turn. Oh, stop it! What if I just leave her? Oh, I can't. I forgot there's mechanics in this game that you can't leave. Okay, she's here.
Damn. How could they?
Can we do that? That way. Sheva, stop it. Okay, now Sheva, stop. Got a kidnap day when I plan a whole day of activities, but I don't tell anybody what they're doing. I like that. Can be fun. Oh, it's seen. I think. I don't know.
Damn it, where's Jill?
You should just watch the cutscene.
Maybe I'll tell you. Maybe I won't.
Staring.
Yeah, listen to this cutscene.
Stop playing around. We want some answers.
You haven't changed.
Wesker, you are alive.
This is Wesker.
We last met at the Spencer estate, wasn't it? Well, isn't this one big family reunion? I would expect you to be happier to see us.
Us.
So slow to catch on.
Jill, it's me, Chris.
What? Are you sure that's her?
The one and only. Let's finish this once and for all. I think the odds are fair. 2 on 2. Right, Jill.
Seven minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
What? Oh, okay. I need to fix my seat and crunch. I hate fighting him. I love little Jill's when he takes off the fucking coat. She like steps forward like, it's me. It's me who you were looking for this whole time.
I think any of them to sound like that because I've not heard any of the voices this whole time.
Oh my god, you heard Chris's voice for the first time. I like his new voice actor, but I love the original voice actor.
All of their voices for the first time.
Oh my god. I mean, the only one you missed was the fucking Chihuahua, but he sounded like... He's okay. I'll make you listen to all their voices sometime. Anyway, so now we gotta fight him. No. Which they are humans with guns. I fucking hate this
when
bitch.
I heard Wesker for the first time, I was there and saw that like, ooh. That's what he sounds like.
It's just like, man, that's his voice?
Yeah.
And then he just giggles the whole time. Wesker literally giggles the whole time. Hey, so he might be beating up Sheva. But I'm not turning around.
We gotta get the truck.
So where is he? Oh! So the fun thing about this is that you can't kill Jill. Because then you lose, because you're trying to save Jill. Mr. Whiskers, can you jump up here?
Oh, you can! Oh, jump down, Chris. Jump down, Chris.
Stop moving like that. That's really funny. Actually. Like,
it's so fucking funny.
The way you like try and shoot him in the head and he just jumps down.
He's running at us. Oh, he's over there.
Can he not?
I know, because he's got like super speed. Actually, Sheva, well, let's get down here. Jill, stop shooting us. Jill's not really doing too much, right, Meow? Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I thought I was not shooting Jill, but I did in fact shoot her. Oh god, Sheva fucking run. I in fact shot right through Sheva and Jill.
Your future hinges upon this fight.
Why'd he kick me? Oh, no. Okay, I'm in a whisker chase.
Like this. Time to change tactics.
I'm running for my life.
We should hide.
Hide? Okay.
What if I don't want to hide?
I don't know, I think this man's right behind me still.
What if
He's
trinkets?
You're merely postponing the inevitable.
Okay, yeah, and what if I am? I actually don't know if he's behind me or not, so I'm scared. Oh my god, I spun way too
I know
fast.
it's like bullets and money and things, you know, like important things for the fight, but like, have you considered I want trinkets?
Exactly. Twinkets. Hey, so I don't know where he went. Hey, Sheva, have you seen him? Who's that?
Here I am offering my precious time. And you wait.
Oh, I see him! Oh my god, I saw his shoulder! Sheva, you're not really hiding. I think someone's behind me, catching up to me.
Oh, playtime is over. It's how fortune
Oh, Sheva, the way.
I expected more of a challenge after all this time, Chris. How disappointing.
Oh.
Yes.
Go. Wesker, stop.
He's on the phone, bro. Leave him alone. I love Jill.
Jill, come on. It's me, Chris. Snap out of it.
Nice move, Chris. But now that your partner has arrived, I'll leave you two to catch up.
Come on, Jill.
Grab his dick and twist it.
Wake up. Jill Valentine.
What? She's losing it.
Jill.
Remarkable. Still resisting at such an advanced stage. Commendable.
Sorry, don't mind me casually thirsting over Jill.
Oh no, you're so real. Also, I like, she's grabbing something on her chest, which you'll see in a second, but it looks like she just grabbed her boob, like, ow!
You know what? Me too, buddy. Me too.
What's that on her chest?
Anyways, back to Cyan's little notice. I was wondering for a moment if Wesker was the lady in the heels. I wish he was the lady in the heels. That would be so funny. She just hissed at us! So we need to get that off her, but we can't hurt her.
Jill, what are you doing? Stop this. Jill, answer me.
We have to get that device off her
Me.
chest.
I'm gonna get help you. I'll save your wife. I'll save you, my wife. Free the breast.
Have you watched Delicious in Dungeons?
Free the piteous. I want to.
Okay, so there's a scene in there.
I also want to read it.
Okay, fair,
I
fair.
found one of I found a shop near me that sells it, and I really want to buy it at some point.
I want to buy I think I might, ooh, maybe I buy that for myself for Christmas. Because the box set is really pretty. The covers of it are so pretty. But there is a scene in the anime, probably in the manga too, but you know, with the voices, it's very funny.
Don't you recognize me?
Oh god, she's running after me.
Come on, snap out of it.
Okay. And I won't explain anything, but it is Marcel and then a male character, and they're both just like, whoa, like calm down there, and then the person rips their shirt more. Oh my god, Sheva.
Voila.
I'm just trying to like explain something, and that, oh.
Don't do this, Jill.
Oh.
I don't want to hurt you.
It's just like,
Why'd you do that?
okay. But anyways, it's just Marcel and the other guy like, whoa, calm down, and then like, whoa, 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 because the shirt rips more. And they're like, whoa, 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 actually. Just damn. She keeps on hissing at us. Yeah, 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 bite me. I keep on saying come on because I'm trying to early press the button. Looter shooter. I love looting.
And shooting.
What's she doing? She's like a lost cat. Oh, I think she's stuck. I think we broke her.
Jill, what are you doing?
Oh, what are you doing? Drop kicking me. That's what she's doing. I guess it wasn't. Where's she going? Oh, she's a gun. I don't want to hurt you. Rips at something. Yeah. Where did she go? Oh, I'll come down to you.
Stop this,
I don't
Jill,
want to hurt
answer
you.
me.
Just starts ripping at like things. You know, it's like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Surely that hurt.
Which, like, I'll explain stuff after this. A little bit of, like, lore stuff. Because then there's, I'll explain what's going on. But also, there's some, like, inconsistency.
It's me, Chris. Don't you recognize me?
Yeah, don't you recognize me?
Come on, snap out of it. Don't do this, Jill. I don't want to hurt you.
We have to get that device.
Oh my god, you put her in a weird corner. Please, can this be it? I don't want to do this anymore. Nope. Ow. I hit. Ow. Hello.
Jill, what are you doing?
We have to get that device off her chest.
Oh, there we go. We're locking her in a corner. Yanni, howdy, Gothic. How are you doing? I'm pressing F as fast as I fucking can. Maybe.
Stop this, Jill. Answer me.
We have to get that device off her chest.
I wonder. Just shoot at it a couple of times. I don't want to hurt her. Oh.
It's me, Chris. Don't you recognize me?
I feel like this is another case of the frame rate. Your Osu skills, you're so right. Fucking love Osu. Because, like, I don't think it should take that many times. Hello.
Come on, snap out of it.
Oh, where's she going? Grab her.
We have to get that device off her chest.
Come on.
Roger.
Come on.
Okay.
There we go. I couldn't get to the corner. The Lurkies, no worries. Please take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid.
Yeah, you take care.
Don't do this, Jill.
You know, maybe lowering the frame rate would be better, I guess, because.
Oh, I want you to see this. Sheva's like.
Hold it down.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Sheva got it. Sheva said, "I got this."
Yeah, Sheva.
Sheva actually got it. Here's the frame rate.
Hell
Chris
yeah,
Trevor and
Sheva.
Sheva shoot it. Yeah. Oh. She's literally spurting out blood.
You let him be.
Jill,
I'm so
Jill.
sorry.
Are you alright?
Oh my god.
Chris. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
You're Sheva, right? Yes. I couldn't control my actions. Oh, but God, I was still aware. Oh, forgive me.
It's all right.
Thank you. Listen, I'm gonna be all right. You do need to stop him.
We can't just leave you here.
You have to. This is your only chance. If Wesker succeeds, Uroboros will be spread across the globe. Millions will die.
Well, yeah, but...
I'm all right. You need to stop him. Chris, you're the only one who can. Before it's too late. Don't you trust your partner?
I agree, fire Jill over millions of people. That might scar, so fun thing about that. Also, Dog, I don't know who her voice actor is, but I agree. But also, they did a really good job with the recasting of it, because Nicole does an amazing job where I'm like, I see the similarities.
Survive this.
Anyway, so fun thing about the scar is in the animated movie Death Island, it takes place after Resident Evil 5. They kind of forgot an important thing, and she doesn't have a scar. And that for sure would scar.
Surely she would need that. Like, I know there are like scar creams and things you can get, and like you can get laser scar treatments, but like surely she would have done that.
Yeah.
While the end of the world is happening, you know?
The thing that had happened was Resident Evil 3 had come out, and they did really well, and people loved how she looked. Ooh.
It's time to put...
Sorry, they were smiling.
Let's go.
Love how Resident Evil 3 she's traumatized about turning into a zombie and having no control and yep. So this entire time she was under the control of Wesker, which is the thing in her chest. Mm-hmm. And like she said, she knew what was happening, but she couldn't stop anything. It's just 6 small holes, right?
I mean,
but like, there was...
surely that's got to have had more like surface skin damage.
Yeah. In a sense,
like, it's got to have had some kind of internal damage as well from where it's ripped, so it would for sure at least scar internally.
Yeah. And the thing that had happened was Resident Evil 3 had done really well, and since it was an animated movie, and that's a newer model, they just took that model and put it into that, which is perfectly fine. But it meant it was the same model from that, so there was no scar, she had the short hair again, and it was brown, which is fine, because she would for sure dye her hair back to brown. Cut it? I don't know, but it was the same exact look from 3. And it's like, that's girl has been through a lot now. She's not going to be looking the same as in 3, but they used the same model. So it was just kind of like she's been through a little bit more. But it was really cool in that movie because they showed the trauma, and she has a lot of trauma based upon trusting herself. Because in that movie, you see her immediately go into a situation where she didn't wait for Chris because she doesn't want to put anybody else in danger. Because she was the danger before. So it's interesting seeing it now in that, and you see the trauma that she goes through. Holy shit, she didn't use like any ammo. Sheva, pull it together. Me, no ammo. Her, all the ammo. Egg. I think I'll have to trust that clean is not a clean thing to do. Yeah. That's why I'm like, that would leave some sort of like, maybe not super raised scar, but like discoloration of some sort. Wesker, within 7 minutes, you'll get the most expensive gem in the game called the Heart of Africa. That's really fucking cool. He does say we only got 7 minutes. We didn't abide by his rules.
He do.
Hey, do I just bring out more? Oh, I have treasures I can sell. Money. I kind of want to break out the grenade launcher.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Never to be seen again? Honestly, yeah. Like, the only time now she has appeared again since this is with Death Island, which takes place after this game. But after this point, after specifically Resident Evil 6, they stopped bringing so many of the female characters back. Because we see Chris... Ada was supposed to be in Village. There is art of her, of like concept art, but then she didn't get put in. Which I'm intrigued to see how she would have been put into Village. But yeah, we never see any of the female characters again so far. We're getting Grace, which is cool. She's new, but
shitty. If they want the badass female characters that beat up zombies.
yeah, they just are like, yeah, you want the men. Which we got Ethan Winters, which he's a little dweeb. I
mean, maybe I also want the men, but like,
we want both.
Women.
Yeah, it's been very Chris Redfield driven, which is okay. I love him. They did him dirty in 7 because they redid his model, which was fine. And I thought it was a younger Chris Redfield. No, it was after 6, but they made him a twink. And then they said, sorry, my bad, Chi. And they buffed him up again for Village.
I was gonna say, like,
yeah,
they the buffest character. Like, he is the size of a barge.
They literally debuffed him for 7, and everybody hated it. And they were like, sorry, my bad, Chi. And they added everything back for Village.
Is that why I keep seeing, like, mods out there for Resident Evil that are just give Chris an older model?
Yeah, probably.
To make him more buff?
Because, like, in that one, he's only there for so long. There's a DLC that you play as his story, which is just, like, the cleanup of the aftermath of 7. And to get info. But yeah, they, like, shrunk him. He's still buff, but he's not, like... He's probably, like, a normal size buff. Like, a normal person. But unfortunately, that's not our Chris Redfield.
Yeah, but, like, what if I want him, like, the size of 5 men stacked on top of each other?
Exactly.
Like,
that is true, Cyan. Maybe he ran out of his protein drinks. Maybe he just ran out of it. But yeah, they re-added everything. He's average buff, not boulder buff. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, they didn't turn him into a fucking refrigerator. But then they gave it back.
No, using a ship like this.
They added it all back. Like, shit, my bad. Hold on, we'll make him eat the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, now his neck. Oh, hello. His neck, thick as hell.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Who threw that? You. Sheva, shoot the ones in front while I attempt to shoot. You are not doing a good job, Sheva. Sheva, if you can't hit them, Sheva, hit them in the knees. Well, right below the knees, I should say. Dogs incoming. Thank you. That's for you, Kai, but also...
Thank you. I shall look away and look at the things that Quiet has been sending me instead.
I'm like, that's also for me because I didn't know, so okay. Now I have a preparation. Now I know they're showing up. Hey, there's a man on that beam. What is he doing over there? Oh, there we go. Oh! So he's dead now. That's hitting his helmet.
Take it.
Okay, you pick that up. Did I waste a lot of bullets for that? Yeah, but that was really fun. I feel like there should be a medallion here somewhere. Oh, good heavens. I feel like that could be. But it's not. That really could be. Man, though. I feel like that should be a medallion. I'm not gonna lie.
Man. Wow.
Oh, man.
So we're back in the mine.
And then all these guys have helmets on, but no shirts.
Why?
I don't know. They're very silly. Okay, we gotta finish this game. You are not prepared for the, like, the end sequence of this game. My god. It is so absurd and so funny. And I hope Sheva does her part. Finally!
You grab it.
Roger.
I wish for her to actually use that shotgun. I gave her the most specialist, most bestest of all, and she said, "Meh, I'm not gonna use it." Like, how rude of her.
Take it.
Okay.
Those are for you, Sheva. Okay, Sheva. Now onward. The parasite causes an increase in body temperature. If they don't remove their shirt, they overheat and can cook the parasite. Man. But like, what the freak? Why are they such freaks? Oh! Well, I'm gonna tell you, the dogs appeared from behind, while men appear from the front, and that's just quite rude. Oh. Well, this is all quite rude. Oh, thanks, Sheva. Trip him. Oh my god, I feel like those take so many shots. Oh my jeez. Poor dogs. Honestly, poor dogs for getting the virus put in them. So yeah. Afterwards, no. They're mean to me. What's he trying to hit me? Oh, dogs!
But also, like, it's not their fault they're mean.
Yeah.
They've been, I assume, genetically engineered to be mean.
Seeing as how this one has his face split in two, yeah, they've been a little bit genetically enhanced. Oh my jeez. Like, this is no longer even a dog-shaped thing. There's a man standing next to me. What? Okay. I think I have a personal grievance against these dogs. Sheva, keep that dog away from me. And shoot him. That dog jumped on me like 3 times. Dog from the thing? Yeah, actually. Okay, I'm just hitting that. Oh, Sheva, actually, you go first. Okay, Sheva didn't want to go first. Okay. Eat egg. Eat egg. Egg consumed. Oh, shoot him, Sheva! Sheva, run!
Sheva, use your brain. Sheva, use your critical thinking skills, please.
Sheva. I wonder if it works the same in this. I don't know, but I don't like it. Oh, it does! Oh my god, flash grenades are actually quite nice. The lore continues. You flash them, they disappear. You flash them with a flash grenade. Not just in general. That would be crazy. Crazy? I'm kind of crazy. Right, meow. That's something I can loot. Sheva, we gotta get up there. Ooh, a box. Oh, I can't wait for 7 and be betrayed by the boxes because of fucking
7
minutes. Is all I can spare to play with you. He's so serious about that too. He's just like, 7 minutes. That's all the time you have with me. Let's drop him. Sheva? Sheva, this is quite a weird section. And I don't like it. Keycard? Time to find a keycard, Sheva. Man, Sheva pushed one of these earlier. No wonder it took her so long. She didn't have... Their, like, grunting noise of pushing that is so funny. Oh, what possibly could go wrong here? Sheva, you're down there alone. Loser. Sheva, you put me down here! Did he just roar at me? Hey, that grenade landed with you, dude. Oh. Oh. You're not, Sheva. Sheva, you're not. Sheva, you're stuck in the box.
Sheva, get out of the box.
Sheva said, I'm coming. I'm like, you're in the box. The store will be back in 30. Okay, we'll be here.
She could be coming in the box.
It's so true. You know, my bad, G. She was so right. Organized. Sheva has disappointed me so much. Specifically today. I should bring out a shotgun at this point. I don't want to have too many things in my pocket. She doesn't even use this. But I like this sniper. She has so much shotgun ammo. She's causing me pain. Give that Sheva. What do we want? I hate that I can't have a lot of weapons. You can actually prevent the cage from dropping on Sheva. I would like that to happen, except for the fact that Sheva put herself down there. She initiated the cutscene. So I hate her for that.
Well, that's a bit silly.
Boxes. It is quite a bit silly. Can I shoot the man that's up there? I can shoot that man. I've killed him before, though. Go to bed. Have a good night. Sleep well. Thank you for joining again. Blast. I'm glad it was a blast. Sheva, don't you dare move. I'm examining the situation here.
Yeah. Good night. Have a good sleep.
Why is that so red for this fucking barrel? Sheva? Sheva, sit. Please. Don't you dare. You stay over there. Hey, Sheva, there's somebody to shoot over there. Sheva, there's a random guy over there. Oh, he's dead now. Okay. Sheva. You know, if Sheva would just help me shoot these people, it would be a lot nicer. I don't know who threw that grenade. Oh, yeah, Sheva, shoot that. Who the hell? Oh! Here we go. Sheva, you never use ammo, and then you use ammo. Sheva! What's up there, Sheva? Hi, Sheva! Oh, Sheva. You good in there? Hey, girlie.
Come on, Sheva.
Ah, there it is. I was like, wait, Sheva, I didn't get the thing. Anyways, bye, Sheva. I'll see you later.
There should be a crane or something nearby.
Yeah, don't worry, Sheva. At the beginning of the level and you climb the antenna. So right, there's a couple of men. I shot a couple of them, but I guess I didn't shoot that one. Because also they respawned too once I died, but I probably missed this one. Because I shot like 2 of them. I was like, oh hey, there's a dog trying to get Sheva, but like Sheva's in a cage, so they can't really get her.
Can Sheva stop being in the cage? Actually, no, Sheva, stay in the cage for the minute. Don't die by the dogs.
I know, I am
in the cage, Sheva.
proceeding to shoot one of the dogs so that I will hydrate in a mere moment so that she has less dogs to shoot. She's still getting hit by the dogs.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today. And slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Yeah, yeah. Look at her. Just stuck in there. Oh, I'm moving. Goodbye, Sheva. I'm on the move. Yay! We made a walkway! That's not good for your knees. That's not good for your knees.
D's.
I'm not going on without you. Come on.
Sheva, I'm running back, okay, girly pop? Please hold. Oh, I don't need that. Where is she? Oh, she didn't hold at all. She left me and then got to a certain point. It was just like, oh, you're not here with me. Oh, you're right there.
I need ammo.
Use this. Reload.
Okay, actually. Yeah, the better healing now. Yippee! Like this? Come on. That's my fucking favorite thing to do.
Come on.
Okay.
We're gonna go this way.
Come on.
Roger.
This way first, Sheva. Flash grenade. Add it to my pile. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! I don't know where he's putting this, but we got it in our pocket. That flashbanged me still.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think at this point he doesn't have any room in his pockets.
I don't think he does.
What are those tiny ass pockets gonna hold that?
I don't know, but he tries.
Okay.
Sheva, where did you go?
I guess this place might as well just like shove it up his ass or something.
You're so right.
There's no room in any of these.
Sheva, pick that up.
Okay.
Oh! Sheva, can you shotgun them? Sheva, a shotgun is a very close range weapon. You went over there to shoot him? And you didn't even pick up the ammo, Sheva. She did not hesitate to shoot that. Shiva.
You know what? I'm good for you. Good for you, Chubba.
She shot mine and then jumped down, even though she needed to go up on hers. And I'm like, oh, why did you leave it? Okay, Shiva, you are losing this ammo. Oh, I hope you're fine, Shiva. Oh, dog! Oh. Jesus Christ! Get the shit out of me!
Are you okay?
Oh, Shiva, I fucking hate you. Reason Shiva is no longer Chris's partner? You are so right. Ow, Shiva!
Come on!
Okay.
I despise Shiva so much right now. What happened to the dog? Shiva is going to the main mission, which is fine. But therefore she's leaving me to deal with so many enemies. Excuse me, dogs. Excuse me. I'm just flashbanging everything now.
Hurry!
Shiva.
Shiva, come on!
Can't believe you're flashing and doing things. Wild.
I didn't mean to do that. Give.
I owe you one.
Shiva, you have so much in your inventory. Said, sir, I need a new partner. This is only a temporary partner anyways. It's okay. It's fine. If there was any more loot out there, gone. I guess I don't really need it, but like... Oh my god, Shiva's making me lose my mind. Shiva making me lose my mind. Never want to fly. Never to flash me. Please don't. Oh no. God forbid. I would never want that to happen. Oh no. That's the tone of voice I hear that in. And I... That's fair. What?
It won't be easy finding Wesker.
That won't be a problem. Once he knows we're here, he'll find us.
And how do you know that?
Bitch.
Let's just say we have a history together, and he's not the type
Wesker,
to
bang,
let
bang.
lunges go.
Shiva...
Done something to really piss him off.
It goes a
Shiva,
bit
I
beyond
tried to
just
kill
pissing
him multiple
off.
times.
So, are you going to tell me what happened?
Maybe,
No.
but not until after we put an end to all this. Deal?
Okay, but I'm holding you to that.
I don't really want to pick up the jailbreaker. I have one. Shiva gonna make me lose my mind. I love Shiva just asking things, just like, are you gonna tell me? He's like, no, no, I'm not. I'm in fact not going to tell you. Excella.
What's going on here?
Nothing that concerns your...
We're not giving you an option. Now spit it out.
Trying to...
Chris
Carlisle, did you?
Get hurt.
She didn't do anything. They just moved. I'm like,
Maybe I'll
calm
tell
down.
you.
She is just flexing muscles, I guess.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah,
I
just-
guess.
Is that there? Just like,
She's tough.
yeah.
I'll give her that much.
She's tough? Not really. She's just a bitch.
this?
The fucking virus.
Chris, is this...
Whatever it is, Excella seemed protective of it.
It's Wesker's daily medicine, okay? He needs his vitamins. Where am I, Shiva?
Yeah. He needs his vitamins and minerals.
Yeah.
He's just drinking copious amounts of, like, spring water.
Miguel. Oh my god, not fucking Miguel. Sorry, we're not reading that. Wait, is this the power's on? It's not working? Well, that one's broken. Shiva is still single. No one wants to date her because she keeps walking into a wall like an NPC. You so right. You so right. Shiva, what did you just pick up? Did I say you could pick that up?
You did that.
Okay, I can't believe it. Honestly.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate? Did I miss a hydrate earlier? Egg. Is this the way I'm supposed to be going? Well, what's this door? Nothing. Nothing is what that door is. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does he have a freaking gun?
Shot. Nice work.
Thanks, Sheva. We're standing here out in the open and I shot a couple times and they just... Well, that one set the alarm off. That shot, that set the alarm off. All the other ones, not a single bit. That one specifically. Sheva, I think someone's shooting at us. Where the other? Oh, he's right there. Is he dead now? Anybody else? Okay. Onwards. I mean, there still is somebody alive. Because the music is still going. I wonder who there is. Well, Sheva, we're not going back up there now. Sheva, you know, I'm gonna let you run out of ammo. Holy shit. Sheva, someone's still in there. Who's throwing that? Stop that. That's mean. Don't throw things at us.
How could they do that? That's fucked up and evil.
So fucked up and evil.
Very fucked up, very evil.
Very fucked up. So fucking evil. Oh, and they're so evil. They have helmets on now. I just wanted the green herb. Oh, I already popped that. Was there something there? Oh, it was just the take cover. Sheva! Sheva! Sheva gonna make me lose my mind, bro. Get out my head, man. Get out my head. I did that to myself, but I killed him. Oh my god. Genuinely, my eye became so dry. Is there a man still in there? I have tears in my eyes. I could just avoid this all and, like, leave. Yeah, it's time to leave. Okay. The flash. Oh, Sheva! Sheva, he has a gun! Did he drop anything? No? Sheva, back up quite a bit. Yeah! Bonk.
Hell yeah.
Oh, he exploded. And I just stood there. Somebody's gonna pop out again. I know it. Well, I guess that wasn't really pop out. Oh, Sheva. Back it up. Yeah, fuck you, chicken strips. Oh, handgun. Is this the way that I came from? No. That was a little bit of an overkill for that one singular guy, but... Oh, brother, this guy sucks. I forgot about this man. He has a fucking minigun.
No! Get that fucking minigun out of here. That's illegal.
Shava. Oh. Sheva. Like, I know I'm stupid, but like, you need to be careful. You should take cover. I just watched that. Oh, Sheva, run! Kaboomy! Sheva is just. Sheva is really on one today.
Sheva!
Oh, good heavens. Sheva, that's right in front of us.
Sheva. I thought he had a fridge tip this time.
She's very special. Oh my good heavens. Are you gonna perish? Please, Drift Veil was going. Oh. Can I like... Yes, I can. Oh my god. Chris, run. I punched it, bro. Let's chase it, the minigunner. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, run. Oh, Sheva, I can't block you like that. She's a little stupid. I didn't mean to do that. I fucking hate this game sometimes. Okay. My head was so sturdy. Yeah, honestly. That's fair. Hey, so he's right here. Sheva, you're pushing me out of the way. Sheva's AI today is really on one. Oh, I didn't even need that. She is not. Oh, that's the wrong gun. I just fucking backhanded him to death. Damn. Sheva, you made me waste a health. And you made me get you waste another health, actually, because you just stood there. Why? Oh, well, thank you. Oh my good heavens. Checkpoint? Use the other. Come on, Shepard. Come on, let's go. Oh my god. Oh, there's too much fighting in this game. I forgot.
Jesus Christ, how many fights have we had now? Like 12 million.
Oh my Jesus. Sheva. Sheva. You know, we got Good Heavens and what about Bad Hells? This is Bad Hells right here. Sheva, give me that ammo. Thank you.
Even the evil hells.
Fucked up and evil. Got a fucking necklace from him. Sheva, what's in that box? Like, today... Oh.
Thanks, partner.
Today of days. Her AI, she's really pushing me. Where I'm like, Sheva, Sheva, I wish I just didn't have you here. I wish you weren't here, Sheva. Like, please leave.
Sorry, let me download the game and just stand in a corner while you do everything. You probably have a better chance.
She is just so... I feel like last time we played wasn't that bad. It was like, oh, okay, you know, she's not the worst.
Yeah, she was pretty okay.
Yeah, today is the epitome of when I felt when I played this alone in 8th grade. Wesker!
So, you've made it this far.
Yeah, I did, Wesker.
Too bad you won't make it much further.
Also, yeah, when, oh, backstory.
A breed of humans, given birth by the progenitor virus. The Wesker children were entrusted with endless potential. Of them, only one survived. You.
Are you saying I was manufactured?
I was to become a god. Creating a new world with an advanced race of human beings. However, all was lost with Raccoon City. Despite that setback, your creation still holds great significance. Now my candle burns dimly. Ironic, isn't it? For one who has the right to be a god. To face his own mortality.
The right to be a god. That right is now mine. The right to be a god. You. Arrogant even until the end. Only one truly capable of being a god deserves that right. The right. With Ouroboros, I have that right.
So lore drop for you now. Lore drop for you now because we're not playing the game, and I had to look it up because I'm like, wait a minute. Because Spencer says the Wesker children because there are more. There are multiple people from the Wesker family. Famline. Famline. But Okay, car.
That was a really loud car.
It really was. It was like they revved up right in front of my house. Like, okay. That was surely something. So Spencer was the creator of it all, but especially Wesker afterwards is just like, no, it was meant for me. It was me. And then that's like kind of why he kills him, because he's like, no, I'm the superior being. I am to be God, essentially. And he's also like, I wasn't manufactured. No, I wasn't. In the little denial. But he says that there are the Wesker children and that he is the only one alive. And I had to look up because I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know when this other gameplay takes place. So let me look that up. So he says that, but he's entirely wrong. Like, in the sense, I don't know if Mr. Spencer knew or whatnot. Or if it was a thing of, like, everybody thought she was dead or just she didn't succeed. Because Mr. Albert Wesker has a sister. And that is the main villain in Revelations 2. Which takes place immediately after this one. And that's why I went to go look up, because I'm like, wait a minute, he has a sister. When does this take place? So that one apparently takes place afterwards.
Okay.
So he does have a sister. She is alive during this time. And she is the villain and tries to do an uprising in 2, except she's kind of really bad and she obviously does not succeed. So nothing beats Albert Wesker. He really is kind of the best. He really knew how to be one hell of a villain. I have a lot of money. Oh my god. I kind of want that one weapon. I have a lot of money. We're gonna fucking buy it. And I'm almost out of ammo. Ooh, no, wrong one. Chris, and remove. I'm also gonna go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna finish upgrading all this. Capacity.
Go piss girl.
Oh, I will. After,
Don't drown.
Go piss girl. We're just gonna upgrade this as much as I can for... How much does this cost now? 8,000? 5,000? 2,000? Okay. Oh, I just want to see. X detales. 290. Hell yeah! Worth the purchase. Okay, I'm gonna leave you on this screen. I will be right back. My AirPods are out.
Hell yeah.
Here's Nessie. Please take care of Nessie, and I will be right back.
Yummy! Thank you. Thank you. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Sometimes you just gotta do a silly little. Okay.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Doc, you are so right. Like, goddamn, you are so correct. She is absolutely smash.
Hydrate, you
112%. Get quiet. I'll fucking hydrate. I can't believe you're yelling at me to hydrate. That's pretty fucked up. Cold tea? Cold? Of course. You know what? You know what? If it's still enjoyable for you, it's still enjoyable for you.
Freaking coffee on me. Coffee. Where's
Coffee?
Hello. Coffee.
Hello.
I'm not gonna lie.
Hello.
One, I should eat better. But I did in fact get pizza yesterday for dinner. I was very
Hell
happy
yeah.
after talking about it on
Pizza.
stream. And I was in fact so hungry I almost did eat an entire pizza. I had 5 fucking slices yesterday. But I am eating a little bit of cold pizza right now. By that, I grabbed one of the small slices. Cold tea? Drinking it American style? What do you mean American style? Like, cold? Cold tea? Me? Who?
Quiet. Quiet invest in Instagram reel and let tea go cold.
That's how I drink it. In a sense that you really get distracted by so many other things, and then it just gets cold and it's like, oh, I missed the prime time to drink it. Anyways, I made my coffee and I was just munching on that slice of pizza. Because my tummy was so empty and I was like, I need bread. Even though I ate so much bread yesterday. Exactly. Just need a reader for audition. It can even be over the phone. Oh, B responded, but obviously I did not see what she responded because we've been here suffering. It's been really bad today. Sheva's kind of a stupid, and I love her.
Sheva's kind of being a bitch.
She is. We are for sure not getting to 6.
Yeah.
Today.
No.
I did kind of forget how much. Oh my god, how many fight scenes there were in this one. But we are.
I'm genuinely surprised at how many fights there are.
Yeah, it.
Like, I swear there's not been this many, like, in any of the other games.
4? Even the remake 4 kind of reflects a little bit of how original 4 was with Leon. It was very action. They made it a little bit more spooky with the remake and kind of balanced it a lot more, but that's where it started to lean more towards action, and 5 is when it becomes action rather than horror and puzzle game. There's no longer puzzles, it is just action, because 4 still kept some of the puzzles. 5, gone. 6, gone. And that's why a lot of people then hated 6, because it just got a lot worse, and then it was a whole oh, that's a pile of bodies. I completely glazed over that. I'm pretty sure this is a boss fight. Well, cross my little
it is a very suspiciously boss-shaped heap on the floor.
It really is very suspiciously shaped. My coffee doesn't taste right. I think it's the creamer. I think I'm done with pumpkin spice. I think after this creamer, no more. No more pumpkin. Bring me back my peppermint. I just like the taste of peppermint. Murder happened, Chris. Murder. Moida. Yeah, it's Alexa's boss fight. That's what I thought. Excella. What? No, she's Alexa now. Wait, actually, I think Alexa...
I've done so much. All for you.
I think Alexa is actually Alexa Wesker.
To join us.
Wesker.
Don't worry. Your mission is at its end. Ouroboros is on the eve of its appearance.
Running from a boss fight?
Cries of agony
You're right.
will burn a new balance.
Sorry, Wesker, but
Excella really wanted to fuck Wesker.
You said we joined this world together. Why?
I thought they were partners.
Wesker doesn't give a damn about anybody but himself.
Wesker doesn't give a damn about anybody but himself. Yes, Chris. Yes.
Glimpse of my new world.
She was posting Discord. Fuck yeah, because we're not gonna play that one. That one's really fun, and you get to see the comeback of Barry. Because it's Claire, Barry's daughter, Barry, and a small child.
Though you have been an excellent asset, I have one last task for you.
She do got some assets. No. Asking that as she's about to fucking implode.
Can she not do that?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's raining. The camera looking The perfect shot. That's all this game. It doesn't all. It's not everything this game becomes, but like, damn, she had.
The jiggle.
She has jiggle physics.
Insane. She has so much jiggle physics.
Don't lie. She has nothing holding them.
Or had. It doesn't exist anymore.
It's so true. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I pressed all of the buttons because I wasn't sure what it was about to throw at me.
Decide to run. Like, that's probably the smartest thing I could do.
Yeah. I have my hands on A and D, F and B. I am ready for this. This would have been so much easier with controller, but like, I refuse. I refuse to play in controller. They are so. These running sequences are so funny. The way
Can they like do the crisscross? Like,
I miss it. That's their only like excessive jump.
Do you think our weapons can hurt that thing?
Maybe for the tentacles.
Excessive
We gotta
jump
get the hell out of here before it destroys this place.
At least as many as Leon has.
I know. They don't got the pizzazzy to them.
I will always argue that those are completely necessary because it adds pizzazz to his device.
Oh, fucking hell. Fuck you, Excella. You almost killed me. They put a...
It's tearing through the ship!
It's tearing through the ship! Well, I need to stay here for 1 second. Well, that was quite rude, Excella. It's quite rude of you to smack me like that. F. Yay, I'm ready this time. You know, there was loot with those Licky boys.
Like, his alcoholism and depression fueled life.
Yeah, I mean, he was being blackmailed. Chris, unfortunately... I shouldn't say unfortunately. Fortunately, lucked out. But Chris is... Well, he didn't luck out too much. His sister kind of got kidnapped, because she was also looking for answers. So she got taken by Wesker, and so then he had to go save her, and then ran into other creations over there. Oh, a cup. You can actually destroy those tentacles? It takes a fuck ton of magnet. That's crazy! We ain't gonna waste that.
Wild.
But then Chris had to deal with that, and then Chris got basically like erased from the stars. I think this man for the first. Yeah! I understand now. He's glow up. Yeah. And then Fox, we talked about it earlier. He gets a D glow up with 7. I don't know if you're ever gonna play those because they decided when they rebooted it, let's change his model. We'll change his look. Everybody was mad and they said, I'm sorry. And in Village, they said, shove it all back in there. Make him a refrigerator. I haven't. Yeah. I tried to get Lily to play that. She ain't built for those. She ain't built for those. Oh, hello, dead bodies. Excuse me. You're alive. Excuse me.
Just move out of the way. Just like keep holiday. You know?
Fucking run! Fucking run! Oh my god! Oh! Ooh. Hey, so I don't like that very much. Shava, let's get back in this room. Never gonna happen. Never. She. Oh my god. That thing's on her ass. Excuse me. Ooh, ammo! Oh god, thank you, Sheva, for picking that up.
Come on, Roger.
I don't know where I am. Spencer's notebook. Why does he have it like that? Can those people come in here? Yes, they can. Not him though, apparently. Do I have any flash grenades?
Why is it like boring like that?
I don't know, but I'm scared of him. Come on, Sheva.
Take this.
I hope he walks on it. Okay, he did. Did he die? Hell yeah, he did. Okay.
Oh, you're there. Fuck. Okay.
In the basement after killing the plant thing, and now all the zombies are gone. Okay, okay. Dude.
Okay.
It's not just... There's like specific Resident Evils where it's like, oh my god, I did so much. And then you get to the, like a next part, it's like, there's more. There's more. It's like fucking Resident Evil 4. I hate the clamshell so much. Resident Evil 4 is specifically like that because you finish the castle part. It's like the village and the castle. No, you finish the village and then it's like, oh, okay, we're done. Nope, castle. You finish the castle. It's like, oh, okay, we're done. Nope, lab. There's more. Yeah. Resident Evil 1, 0 long. 2 is like, I feel like a standard long. It kind of does the same thing. Project W. Oh, that was about Raccoon City. We're just gonna skip over that. Project Wesker. Project W.
Yeah, quiet. You get some rest.
Oh,
please.
go sleep.
You work tomorrow.
You have normal job. Go sleep quiet. You know how much mother is?
We'll talk tomorrow.
Guys, sleep quiet. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Fox. Because I love them. A lot of them, like, I love it because I love my little puzzle games. It is action with a little puzzle and a little spooky. Why is there a pole here?
Take this.
Oh, thanks, Sheva. What a Jill segment. Yes, I love Jill's side a lot more. Because I love Barry. Barry is my man.
And Jill was fun to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, because Chris is just a little himbo. I love him. I gotta be careful when I say that. My brother's name is Chris and he's home today.
You grab it.
You take that. Rebecca is one of my favorite characters after, obviously after 0, because she comes back at 0 because that's her game. We never see her again. She comes up in the stage play and in stage play and 2 of the mangas. 2? No, stage play, 1 manga, I think, but 2 of the animated movies. Brother's name? No. That would be crazy. Oh.
A satellite laser.
Satellite
just might
laser.
Have a chance.
Oh.
Targeting devices on the roof.
I
Come
forgot
on.
about that
There's
part
no
of
time to
this.
lose.
Like Claire's part in Resident Evil 2 because the ending minigun section. True. Oh my god, yes. Resident Evil 2, I like the length that Resident Evil 2 is. It feels proper, like kind of long, not too much, but still a lot. Oh, this a red herb. Hey, Sheva, can you hold that?
Thanks.
Oh. Hold that.
Thanks, partner.
And then give it back to me.
Take this.
Thank you. Okay. Got it back. Okay, uppies we go. Ooh, she found more ammo. Oh, time for a boss fight. Damn. I really hope the AI treats me nice in 6. Hi, Ky3len. Welcome back, Ky3len.
Better.
You fucking better. You know, let's just use this. I also love the concept of the herbs because it's like, who decided take this herb, and just eat it? Because like, the first aid spray is a spray. The herbs is just herb. Umbrella probably. Yeah.
That thing is huge. Do you really think we can kill it?
Yeah, we can kill anything. We can kill anything, baby grill.
Oh. Baby grill, we can do anything.
Over here! I found the satellite's target. Watch out!
Okay.
Firing off some sort of projectiles.
Just keycard. I hope it can't hurt me while I am in.
It's all on you, Chris. I got your back.
It better not be able to hit you while you're doing
Whoa.
Like, if it can, that's
I
messed
can't
up.
see. Hey, let's go up, Sheva. Let's go up. Probably what Sheva said. So true.
Sorry.
Yeah, did you get hit by the flashbang?
No, I was in the middle of saying who needs this, and then I got hit with that.
Oh my god. Oh, he threw something at me at the same time. That's an eyeball. I love Resident Evil and their eyeballs.
They have such an obsession with eyeballs.
They really do.
It's wild. Like, more than I've ever seen. And I'm listening to the Magnus archives. Like...
Oh, hold on, Sheva. I really want this herb. Won't lie.
I need this plan.
Hey, so I missed my chance to do that, but that's okay. Yeah. I really wanted the herb. That's more, but they're smaller.
Chris, above you.
Oh my god. I couldn't see. Whoa. Ow. Oh, it it's those little things that... Oh, thank you. That one. Sheva.
Kaboomy.
I hate the little... Oh! Oh, what's it doing? Oh, it's smacking me.
Can it not?
Oh my god. Okay. Sheva, I'm a little busy. Kaboom. Oh, thanks, Sheva. Ow. Sheva.
Is that anything about his megas?
Oh, good thing I was picking up ammo. I dodged it. This? That's the... Yeah! I'm perfectly on time now. Kaboom!
Yippee! Oh, my eyes! It's gonna hit me instantly.
I was shooting before.
Oh!
Can it charge faster? It didn't charge faster. It's so bright, bro. Oh, thank you, Sheva. Oh. Sheva, I've read her. Oh yeah, I didn't give her any healing items. Forgot about that. Sorry, Sheva. Oh, Sheva.
Silly. She needs those.
Ooh, a healing item. It's gonna smack us. It's gonna smack us. Yeah, it smacked us, and I didn't know what button to press, and then I let go right as it swung. Boom. Anyways, let's mix some herbs in our pocket. I didn't want to pick up that. Okay, Sheva. Guard me, Sheva. I'm making Sheva do all the work. Perfect time. Perfect, perfect. Oh, God. Sheva! I don't think, no. Not enough time. The little ones are back again. Did I get 2? Oh, thanks, Sheva. Oh, Sheva. Sheva, shoot that thing on the floor right now. Now move out of my fucking way. Oh, he's almost dead. Oh. It was one more shot.
Okay, that's good. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Because her little, like,
Hell
the eyeball was, like, red. So I was like, oh, she's wounded. One more shot. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we need to organize these buckets. Oh, she picked up that type of, you know? Fuck it, we ball. I feel like I need that for this next, Sheva. Sheva, Sheva, Sheva. Sheva, Sheva, Sheva. I have a lot of things in my pocket, Sheva. Yeah, I can reach 4. Do we have to have it? Shiva, you've been upgraded. Shiva, you're never gonna use those grenades. Shiva. Remove that. Give me those. I can't see. The sun is like... It emerged and it's reflecting off of my windowsill. Oh my god. I would like to have magnum ammo, but I don't know if I'm going to get more, so I guess I'm going to remove. My pockets are always so sad compared to Sheva. Treasures. V. Sell. Oh. I'm about to be broke again. V. Not enough money. Oh, not enough money. Let's go.
So that's
my god.
I fear for the world if that ever gets out.
God damn it, Wesker. He's actually serious about destroying the entire planet.
When has he not been serious?
I think he's been serious this entire time.
Yeah, Chris. Man, he's actually fucking serious about this. Yeah. Yeah, he kind of is.
Wait.
Secondary bulkhead. Evacuate the area immediately. Warning. Sealing off
An assault
area
bomber.
with secondary bulkhead.
When Jill said Wesker was planning to spread Uroboros throughout the world.
He's planning to use this to spread it.
Did you guys not?
Wesker.
Sometimes I question them.
Come on, let's go.
He's standing there, menacingly.
Jill! Are you alright?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
Jill!
Just listen carefully. There's something I need to tell you. Wesker's superhuman strength. It comes from a virus, but the virus is unstable. In order to maintain a balance, he must inject himself regularly with a serum.
So if we cut the supply of serum, he loses his strength.
Affirmative. But he just took a dose, so it's going to be a while before he needs another one.
Damn.
Listen, Excella said that the amount administered has to be precise. So if he injects too much, it should act like a poison. I think she used a serum labeled PG678W.
PG678W.
We have a whole bunch of it.
You need to find that serum. Excella always kept it with her, and in that attaché case.
Yippee!
Come in! Jill!
Don't worry. We have it.
Chris, this is it.
Hell yeah, we do.
Now we just need to sub 2 of them up his ass. Maybe not up his ass, but you know, we like the spirit of it.
He'll like it. It's okay. We can put it up.
Stop getting shot down.
Just, he'll be fine with it.
It can't get shot down. If it does, it'll initiate a
I'm trying to spam the like, hurry!
Just said.
But
He's planning to spread this virus.
they were talking, so. Yeah. Why is no... They're like talking as if they're actually shocked that he was going to do this.
Sealing off area with primary bulkhead. Evacuate the area immediately.
Like, yes, he's always been serious about this.
With secondary bulkhead. Evacuate the area immediately.
Oh. Oh, he's dead. Oh, okay. Excuse me, pardon me. Ehehehe. Wahoo. Water. There's a grenade there. That was quite rude. I was coming up the ladder. Yeet. Oh. Thank you, Sheva. Oh, we gotta go all the way around. With how we're going, Sheva, we need all of the health we can get. Excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh. Actually, I'm gonna take that. Oh. Sorry, Sheva. I walked out of the way just for you to get hit. Oh. We're in a little bit of a corner.
You got that.
No, we are not. Which? What fucking pocket is it in? Oh my god. What happened to it? I threw that grenade and it fucking disappeared. Sheva? Right now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we're making it out of this, girlie. Who fucking... Yeah, Sheva, it's okay. A lot happened right at the beginning. Sheva, I don't know what the fuck happened there. I'm gonna go back and collect the things. Is it you? Oh. I think he had a grenade in his hand. Sheva, I think somebody's firing a grenade at us. Or a rocket launcher, I should say. Okay. There's just a very jarring event. Oh. There's two of them, Sheva. Oh, please don't shoot me. Okay. Take this. Do that. Okay. Okay. My eyes are so dry. Sheva, there is someone around this corner. Where is he? Oh, he died down there. Okay. Sheva, we kind of need that health. Sheva, I think there's a rocket launcher up here. Stop shooting us! Just a little guy. Oh my good heavens. Yeah, they're going that way. He's going that way. Sorry, Sheva. Oh, why'd he tactical roll? He's shooting after he's dead! That was mean. Sheva's almost dead, bro. Oh no. I'm just standing here accepting these bullets. Stop hitting me.
Hello, car. Car. Hello, car. Car.
I hope you're well. Oh, Jesus.
Understandable. Understandable, car. I'm so sleepy.
The sleepy soldiers.
I did too much yesterday, and now I'm just kind of like, you know?
That's real. Oh, what? Somebody threw something at us.
I did get good news yesterday, but now I'm dead on the floor.
Deaded on floor.
Thanks, partner. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, let's go, Sheva. We got fucked up. They're still here too, and they're still throwing everything at us. Somebody right there. Okay. Sheva, we take this, then we open the door, finally. Oh my god. Don't you dare! Why are you so mean? Fuck you.
Why are they so mean?
Come on,
Roger.
They're so fucking
Sheva,
evil.
run. They are.
They become like,
So, I think cause...
Stop it.
I mean...
like 5 minutes.
So I feel like since they get like weapons,
5 minutes. But since they get weapons, they should be stupider.
what the frick you mean? Sorry,
You get a gun, you get to be dumb.
I fucking sent 2 grenade launchers at him, and he just lives. I set myself on fire, but it's okay, you're on fire too. Sheva! Sheva, jump over it! Why does it take so long? Oh, Sheva, Sheva, that was quite a situation we were in there. Sheva, I'm quite scared. I can't turn. Sheva. Oh, you. I don't know how that. Sheva?
We'll never win
Sheva.
We need to fall back and come up with a plan.
Sheva. Sheva, 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 we gotta run. Sheva, Sheva, they're so mean, Sheva. Sheva, my eye is so dry, Sheva. She's dead. Holy shit, that's okay. I forgot how hard this is just Sheva. I'm gonna bring all of my fucking things.
Sheva, can you not die?
I think I need to go up top. Okay, so this didn't do jack shit, so, Sheva, give me that. And Sheva, you're gonna get that instead, and then I'm going to remove that and then take some of that. But it's okay, you can have more if you want, because I also have a lot. Can I upgrade this at all? Yeah. We'll take that out. Don't have any for that. Just though, Sheva, can you not? Can Sheva? Okay, last. So first stream of playing this, we had Pseudo. Perfectly fine. Had another person controlling it who's played this game, also knows. Perfectly fine. Second time, didn't have Pseudo. Just normal Sheva AI. You know, actually wasn't that bad. Pretty decent, pretty normal. Everything went well. And then Sheva today said, nah.
Sheva today has been an asshole.
Yeah.
She's been really mean. Straight mean.
Yeah.
Like there was... She just didn't use any of her bullets for like an entire boss fight.
It's so bad. Do I have any money? No, hold on. Nope, not what I wanted to buy. Do 2. And this is just on normal. So she can have some. A death by Sheva rebels. Sheva, please. I don't know which part this is gonna put us at. Okay, so we're just gonna open this. And Sheva, please. Thank you. Sheva, we're gonna go upstairs because I don't like those bugs. And then we have the 2 big boys who come out.
Come on.
Please, Sheva. Now of all times, actually, come on. I actually mean it this time. Okay, come on, Sheva. Okay. They hit one. I hate these stupid freaking bugs. Give me your goodies. What do you have? Oh yeah, they just drop
The
gems.
bugs in this feel so much meaner than the bugs in the other game.
Yeah, because these bugs become they're one shot almost if they grab you.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Oh, just looked at the fucking floor. So those guys are now after us. They're not the worst, they just are very hefty. Which way are they going? Oh, I see! Sheva, we're going this way. Sheva, come on. Just dodge the bullets. Don't worry about it, sweetie, come on. Can I jump across? Oh, blessed be, Sheva! Let's go! Whoa. Sheva, I would like if you could move, because... I can't really see where I'm aiming because Sheva... Oh! Oh. So... Yeah, come on, Sheva, we're going down. We're leaving that place. That was a little awkward of a situation. Oh my god,
Yeah, that was a little
Sheva.
something. Huh?
Sheva, come down here. Yeah, that was... Oh my god. Wait, fucking backhand him. Now run like hell, Sheva. Oh! I jump across screens. Okay. Sheva? Okay. Okay. Just ate so much cereal and chips and salsa, I'm gonna burst. Fuck yeah. Is this guy still alive? Oh, he's dead. So good. Honestly, chips and salsa sounds really good.
It is 11 p.m.
Oh.
And that sounds like
Sheva? I love chips and salsa. We did it. I just had to, like, bring a lot of the hefty guns. I hate reloading in this game. Nuh-uh, buddy. Nuh-uh. Ooh. Yeah, he was about to pop. I forgot those. Okay, nap time. Bye, Sheva. Sounds like a dream. Literally a dream. A dream come true. So much salsa. Oh, there's a healing spray up here. Sheva, this next fight is going to be interesting. Like, this whole place is exploding, but we have time to stop to do this whole fight.
Come on!
Okay.
Okay.
Sheva!
Sheva! Come on!
Roger.
The music stops immediately. I need to mentally just look at my phone. Oh no, does my mom see this message? Do you still need it? She needed something from her computer. That was an hour ago. I should really turn on my phone, like, sound when I stream. I guess now we... You want to. Oh my god. Richard, welcome back, Doc. I'm taking this moment to breathe. Oh my god. I hate that part of the game. I remember, I almost, crashed out one time when I was-
back, Doc.
Dice! Yeah,
it
dice.
looks so fucking cool.
Hold on, it's break time. Let's look at the dice.
It looks really cool.
Okay, whenever the dice load. Because the picture's not loaded. No, phone. I'm on the Wi-Fi. I am. Okay, my phone's just choosing not to load things.
Something doesn't feel right. I can't explain.
20 head.
Yeah, I hear ya. Don't let your guard down.
Sorry, Sheva, I didn't let either one of you finish your sentences. Mr. Wesker!
Your plans are finished, Wesker.
There's no way out this time.
Don't you two ever tire of failing in your mission?
We didn't fail, sir.
You've really become quite an inconvenience for me.
The most iconic scene. Ouchie. Whiskers! The sunglass throw is so ridiculous.
Why are you doing this? What do you accomplish by unleashing Ouroboros?
Every day, humans come one step closer to self-destruction. I'm not destroying the world. I'm saving it.
This guy's lost
This may be our only chance.
it. Do it.
I saw the Mass Effect pictures up above it. The dice is really fucking cool.
You're getting interested now, eh, Chris?
The Mass Effect.
Do you actually think you can defeat me?
Either way, I'm not gonna stop until I'm dead.
Well then, I'll just have to kill you quickly.
Oh, no, Mr. Whiskers. I was looking at memes.
I'll see you dead.
Oh, there's a wall.
There's no point in hiding.
I'm not hiding. I'm literally out in the open, bro. Oh my god!
You need to be careful.
That bitch fucking... You know, I'm fucking running. I'm fucking running. I'm fucking running. He's so funny. Is that all I have? No, I have some grenade launcher if you want that, Wesker. Chris is definitely a superhuman, probably just under... Oh, excuse me! Sorry, Sheva. I'm just gonna put that down. Okay. I need to like regain and look where I am. There it is. I really want the sniper ammo so you could see and experience. Oh my god! He's right there!
No. Wait.
What's this do? Oh, the
It just kind of stand there. Ominously. Behind you.
Like, oh, he's right here.
On your toes.
Every time he shoots, he dodges it. Oh, hey, whoa, hey, he just pulled out a gun.
And you know.
He just pulled out a fucking gun.
You're merely postponing the inevitable.
There's the fucking line. You're merely postponing the inevitable. Okay, so, Sheva, I need you to work with me here. What the fuck?
Your
I forgot he could do this. So, I'm just a boy. I'm just a boy. I forgot how fucking ridiculous this bitch is. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, Jesus. Sheva? Sheva, I need you to shoot him. That's horrifying. Sheva, I would enjoy if you were to shoot him. First fight you have with Wesker pulls out his samurai's edge and Chris can dodge Wesker's bullets. Damn. Yeah.
Ah, there you are.
I was standing in front of you this whole time. Ow, my face. Oh. Let's just put that down. Oh, I'm so glad I put that down. I wish I could turn around faster. What do I have? Oh, I do have a shotgun. Oh, don't I have this? Does this do anything to him? Ooh. Hell yeah.
Okay. Chris, I need you to distract.
Oh, what do you think I'm doing? Sheva, move. Oh, he's very distracted right next to me.
I'll get a rocket. I owe you one.
Hey, yo, bitch! He's right on me. Oh. I shot him in his ass. Why is he looking at her? Oh my god. Hey, yo, come back here, bitch. Hey, Sheva. Oh, you fucking hit me. Hey, so Sheva. Ah! Oh, she almost hit me. She almost hit me with the fucking rocket launcher. But then he fucking just pulled out a fucking gun and shot me. An icon, a star. Oh, hey, wait, give me some of the ammo. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, dead.
Oh, wait, sir, I was not ready. Ow!
You gotta give us a moment. Like, goddamn.
I know, I was about to try to respond to my mother. I guess he said no. Okay, Sheva, we are going up. Oh, what's happening over there? Be looking at it too? Real as hell. Real as helly. Yeah, that's what I need. Oh.
Turn off the lights to make it easier.
Ooh, there's more up here. Okay. Can I just shoot the lights? That'd be so nice. Break that so she knows they're there. We're gonna go around and collect things. Oh my god, Sheva.
I'll get the rocket launcher.
Oh. Bitch, I didn't even tell you to do that, but okay.
There's no point in hiding.
I'm not hiding. I'm literally not doing that, sir. Quite literally out in the open.
Take advantage of the dock. We might actually hit him.
Excuse me, sir. Pardon me, sir. This music, it hits a note every once in a while that I'm like, Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, I think he's right behind me. Oh, sorry, Sheva.
Can we just have Wesker in a pirate outfit then? It sounds like Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, pirate Wesker.
Yeah.
That this
Sheva in Elizabeth's outfit.
Why did he change into a cutscene? Hold on, that scared me.
Everyone else is just so much chaff. So now I have to separate them.
Chris,
He's monologuing. Oh shit, bro! You tell me. I'm fucking unloading on him. I'm gonna save those bullets.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I forgot he does that. Sheva, me. Oh, me. Sheva, me. Sheva, please. I'm not okay, Sheva. Oh, Sheva. Sheva, please. Sheva. Sheva, me. I hate when that man just pulls out a fucking gun. Anyways, back into it. Oh, jeez. I forgot it does that. We're just gonna shoot that. We're gonna shoot that open. We're gonna turn off everything. Hey, you died. I did. I did in fact. Oh.
Take advantage of the dock. We might actually hit him.
I did in fact die. This is Mr. Whiskers, and he's very mean. I love him. You know, no, stay focused, stay focused.
There's no point in hiding.
I'm in the open.
Never occurred to me that
Oh,
this planet
he's monologuing
was
again.
populated. Only a handful of humans truly matter.
Oh, he can't find me.
It's just so much chaff. So now I have to settle this. I can finally accomplish this.
I do kind of need that sniper ammo. Oh,
Your struggle is over.
good heavens. Did he leave? Oh, he left that already. Sheva, we gotta run.
Take it.
Okay.
Everything seems to be in the right. Oh, whoa!
Chris, I need you to distract him.
Okay. Me. Me. What's he doing? Sheva. He wasn't distracted.
He's just like backflipping, just flip.
He is. He is all the unnecessary things.
Yeah, like, I was wondering where all the unnecessary, like, backflips and things were gonna be. It's just him.
Oh! Sheva! Where is he? Sheva, I wasn't even down there, bro.
Oh boy, Sheva! I'm up here, Sheva! Oh,
There you are.
she's hitting all of the things, and I'm like, Sheva, Sheva, I'm not there.
To carry their genes into a new age.
And let me guess, you're the one that's gonna rule this new age, right?
Partner puts down? Oh no, we don't want partner put down. Where is the box? Oh, she doesn't know where the rest are. Okay, come on, Sheva. Come on. Letting Sheva die. Sheva didn't die! Sheva let me die. If anything, it's
Sheva.
Uno reverse card for Sheva.
Let me clarify something for you,
Like-
Chris.
Sheva, you can't let us die. That's fucked up.
No, I am a god.
Oh no, Sheva.
King
Run for your life.
A god. I think it's
Sheva, you better fucking run.
He never had it to begin with. We have to stop him.
Sheva, you can reload your thing now.
Chris, I need
Oh, Sheva! Sheva, this is not the time. We're just gonna take another one. Sheva! Sheva left me. I'll have you know, Sheva left me. She said hold on as she jumped down. He was just spinning there kicking. Anyways, Hagar, welcome to my most hated part of the game. Actually, it's not. This is my favorite part of the game. My most hated part was the part before this. And what I found out,
If we take advantage of the dock,
staring picture is pretty spicy. Now I'm intrigued. Why do you... Sorry, he said rrr. Okay, Sheva, we are gonna go upstairs first.
You're merely supposed to hurt the
He lost us. Okay. Oh, I was mid-spin, sir. Hey, there's us. Oh no, that's us. Where's my sniper ammo? I didn't mean to do that. Ma'am, I want you to take that. So that we can bring more down here, because you're a little stupid. I'm gone. No longer here, Wesker. Damn. Choppy for anybody else?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did she miss her shot?
What part is choppy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's because the game is so loud.
Sorry, I need to quit that one.
Give him a shot!
I wonder if it's because the game is so loud. I don't know.
Maybe. Game audio. It could be.
Let's do this, because the game is so fucking loud for me anyways. Just cuts out every 2 seconds. Because it does hit max capacity. Also, this game is not the best. So I wouldn't doubt it if it's just the game. We'll turn it down though, because then I can finally hear Kai. I haven't been able to hear you at all! No! Like, I can hear you, but every time it starts playing, all of the fucking, oh my god, every time it starts playing the, like, music, and then there's the explosions and everything, I was like, I can't hear anything, I can't hear anything.
No, no, no.
Posted. Oh. Hold on, my mom might need something. Okay. Give me a moment. I will go find. Well, you're now the entertainment. I need to go get a file for my mother.
I can try and be entertaining. I don't know how to be entertaining.
Here, I'll give you Nessie, don't worry.
I've never been entertaining. I've never been.
I'll give you Nessie. Everybody tell stories. Tell stories.
Yeah, me. Tell stories? I don't have any stories. I have fuck. If you want stories, I can tell you the adventure of what I did yesterday. I woke up. No, I'm sorry, Doc. What? No, you have not mentioned that at all. Huh? What? Well, now I gotta know. Oh no. Huh? I am waiting just so impatiently for this story now. I am so intrigued. Okay, I had a friend in high school. Guy had the weirdest guy. He shot himself in the armpit. So fair enough, you know? I don't know how the fuck you would do that. That's a story for another time. Him and his other friend decided not to go. Decided to go hunting one day. So they had a few just baking. I'm not gonna lie, that is, I think, the most insane way someone has died from a bear. You don't normally hear about bears falling. Well, I don't, you know, live in America where people can go hunting and things like that. Or do we have bears native to England? But, that is genuinely insane how the fuck that happens. Like, I know certain bears can climb, but like... Yeah, no, I'm not surprised that black bears would be fall damage resistant, but because a lot of bears like to climb trees and things, so they would have to be like that. I am, Shaylin, I'm also kind of upset that the bear, I'm upset that like that your friend died, Doc, but I'm also upset that the bear also died. Yeah, hi Hooded, we are still live. We are going until we beat the thing. Well, we're not going until we beat this thing, but hi Sarah.
Hello.
Hi. Please scroll up and read Doc's story.
Oh god, okay. I put my glasses down in my mom's office, hold on.
My god, okay, bye-bye. Never mind. Damn. Yeah, I assume that the bear ended up getting shot and killed that way because, you know, the bear fell on a person and the person got massive injuries, but at the same time I'm very sad about the bear.
The bear? Victim of gravity.
Scroll up, yeah.
I never finished out of high school and then got over this. A lot of time I decided to go ahead over there. I feel like I remember Doc telling that story a long time ago.
I don't know.
I was so baffled by it.
There for that. I'll be real, I don't know if I was there.
Like this was like so long ago that I remember, because I'm like, wait a minute, I remember this.
Yeah.
Make sure my mom got it.
Also, I hope you know I have one of the silly playlists with the cats going.
I had like the most intense music going.
It's called Autistic Playlist for when they lock you in a rubber room with her.
Hell yeah. True.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would be thinking straight in that instance when a bear falls on a person.
Yeah. I don't think I would even know what to do. I'm just like, oh, it's happening. Also, I'm gonna resume the game.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Get a rocket, ma'am. I have him on my ass.
I would like you to know that the playlist it recommended me to listen to is called A Le Fish. And it is jazzy fish, like jazz, fish synth, and old European movie soundtracks. All in one.
Is that all you have?
Yes, that's all I have.
I'll get a rocket.
That's interesting.
Why? Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Thank you for the roll.
Ah, there you are.
I am doing pretty good. That dice is absolutely correct.
Dude, that dice is so cool.
It's so cool.
You're
I
merely
really want more like
postponing the
cool
inevitable.
dice. Like I have cool dice, but like I really want like intricate dice, you know?
Mm-hmm. I shocked myself. I shocked myself because he's scared.
You're finished.
Spins for whoa, Sheva.
I'll get a rocket.
Sheva, can you know?
Sheva's a little ridiculous of you. You did hit him, but we need him out here to inject him.
There's no point in hiding.
Not really hiding. I'm kind of just here. Whoa.
Fighting in the shadows might be our only chance.
I'm waiting for you, Sheva. Get your ass down here. Okay. She got her ass down here.
I really want to get one of those. Like, I know they're not like as accurate as other dice, or like, well, not accurate's the wrong word. Like they're not as fair.
Mm-hmm.
But I really want one of those dice where you just press a button and it spins like.
Ooh.
And it's really cool.
Oh, we gave Wesker drugs. I successfully gave him drugs.
This isn't over, Chris.
Sheva, he's getting away. Hurry.
I don't even know how to like. I don't even know how to like describe what I want because it's such a weird thing, but like I know they exist.
Mm-hmm.
Just because sometimes my wrists are like bad as fuck and I can't always get
You guys have made my
get
bad
to my
day
dice
slightly
tower to
better.
use it.
Also, Hunter, I love you.
And also because it makes like spinny sounds.
This is like the ching ching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like hee hee hee. Hee hee hee.
Dude, Sheva was so slow, but I love Sheva. But she was so slow. She had to make the big jumpies.
We're in the sky!
It seems I may have underestimated you, Chris.
Save it, Wesker. There's no one left to help you now.
I don't need anyone else.
No, Mr. Wesker.
Sheva, I still can't believe that you would ever underestimate Chris. Like,
literally.
Look at that man. He is the size of a fridge. How could you underestimate him?
Oh, have fun doom scrolling.
Will be released into the atmosphere.
Also, this is what Doc was saying. He doesn't have blue eyes. He used to, but oh, Ev! Dude, I didn't have my hands on the keyboard.
Oh, you silly.
I forget it's this type of game.
You
Bang, bang.
always have your hands on the keyboard 24/7.
I have it on AD and FV now. I won't lie.
Online.
Well, that's quite rude. Oh, that's quite rude. Sheffa, what you gonna do about it?
I think all of them are quite rude.
And why isn't he shooting me? Like,
I think he's just trying to tease you.
he's like, I'm actually in love. Why is he on the wall? See, I'm so baffled by him being on the fucking ceiling.
Why is he on the ceiling? Get off the ceiling!
Why break free? That's
Like,
Sheva's job.
Why did you do that?
I don't know. And then he just fucking like kicked Chris. Oh, did we give him another dosage? I really need to itch my nose.
Leftovers.
Okay, itch my nose.
Not allowed.
All right, I'll go for the override level.
You have to have your hands on A, D, F, and V the entire time.
Oh, F! Almost missed it. Mainly because there's so much moving image.
Know when there's gonna be.
There's so much moving image, it hurts my eyes. You'll pay for that? I think not. I don't think I will. I think you will.
I think what?
There he goes. There she goes. Ow. There goes his back.
Or she blows.
There goes her ankle.
It's gonna blow his back out or something.
Just to monologue? Yeah, well, he needs to stop monologuing. Oh, the drama.
I think Wesker never attacked Sheva directly because he doesn't know who the fuck she is. Well, not that, but like, she has a like.
They don't have
him
backstory.
and Chris have like a thing going on because of because of what? But
Just-
they don't have it like. Wesker doesn't have anything with Sheva. She's just gonna let.
I want you to know it. At this point, too, this is where Chris's trauma starts. Of partners.
Is that a volcano? Was that a volcano? Like. Who are we? Why are we going direct? Like, why did we go directly into a volcano?
Oh, just you wait, you haven't seen the best fucking part yet.
No, I have. I'm so confused. This progressed a bit too much.
It gets so funny. 5, welcome to the campy. Yep.
How are we alive inside a volcano? That's not how this works.
No, and especially we're just walking around.
Yeah. Are you walking around with bare skin? You would be
Oh,
burning
you're
alive.
talking about bare skin? You just wait one moment. Sheva, I need this so you get some. Just hearing the oh. Sheva, you're reloaded.
I need ammo.
Give me that. Oh, Sheva, stop giving me ammo.
Sheva, please.
I guess I'll keep it actually. Okay, fine. Did I read that?
She really wants you to have ammo.
I know. I was like, wait, you need that too, Sheva. Chris. But yeah, this is Chris's trauma of having a partner and losing the partner. Oh, do tell. It's happening. I don't know what.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up and watch the cutscene.
I should have killed you years ago. Chris.
Your mistake. It's over, Wesker.
Over. I'm just getting started. To die, Chris.
Why can't you understand, Chris?
So I don't know what happened to his shirt or his jacket.
Worth saving.
But they just magically.
You're gonna do what I think you're gonna do.
Here?
Are you gonna
the
do what I
ending's
think you're
so
gonna
much.
do?
Natural selection.
Natural selection. Leave me alone, buddy. What are you gonna do?
Humans have escaped
What are you gonna do?
far too long.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna put the gun in my, or not the gun, the grenade in my hand. So if I do accidentally do something, it's a grenade. You've got him? Well, I hope you do. I don't know why I turned to face her. I didn't do anything.
Why is he just whipping that thing?
I don't know, but now he got another arm.
Oh.
Okay, well that's bye. Bye.
You know, in another arm.
I think he's after Sheva now. Oh yeah, he is. Okay.
Pestilence wherever you go.
Whoa, and pestilence web. It's the time.
Yes.
Yeah. Boulder punching time. It's literally punching the fucking boulder. Boulder punching son of a bitch. Literally a line from a later game. That boulder punching son of a bitch. Oh, hey Sheva.
Just hold on.
Hold on, Sheva.
Oh my god. Oh. Shoot him.
Shoot him? I have to shoot him.
But if you legally have to shoot him, then I think you legally.
She says shoot him. Yeah, okay. Truth be told, oh, AD! I missed him on a couple of those. Hey, oh. Can I punched a boulder. Can I get across? Okay, fine. She can come across. I'll hold ammo in my hand.
The human race requires
The human race.
You're going to judge us? You get all your ideas from comic book villains?
I love Chris. He's so funny. Hey Sheva, are we just going up?
I still can't get over why Wesker sounds like that, to be honest.
It's so
Like,
funny.
there's nothing wrong with his voice. It's just I
There we go. Oh, I hope I didn't hit him. He's literally just always sounded like that. It's so funny. Oh, he's going insane again.
What a surprise. Can he stop whipping that thing like that?
Oh my god, is he gonna drill me?
He's drilling that thing. I need to stop saying that thing.
That thing? He got that thing out.
He's whipping that thing out.
So that's an instant kill. Didn't know that one.
Oh.
Didn't know that one.
Okay.
Let me organize my pockets. Do you want me to still do knife run only? Or knife run? Give me. Do I have anywhere? No, I do not. What do I have in my buckets? But I have more ammo. Chris! Exactly what it.
This is the best playlist.
And just throw a
It's just
fucking
so
bunch of
silly.
grenades at him. Oh, I have a lot of treasures. We're gonna buy some medical supplies. So maybe you should shoot him, but there was a prompt for knifing if you're standing behind him. Okay, okay. I like that. So maybe you should shoot him. But if there's a prompt. Sheva, you can have that. Philip, Sheva. Yeah, sure, let's try this. It's gonna put us right here, so it's not like we have to do a lot. If we can knife him, we will knife him. Hey, Sheva, so I'm gonna move. Oh! Sorry, I didn't put F and V, I just shot. I hit just F. Oh, I don't want to be in front of you. Won't lie. I do really want to... I don't know why I screamed like that. Oh, I think he's gonna do that move again. Oh! Okay, that wasn't that move again. Ouchie! Rose. Don't be reckless. There's a Ouroboros on me.
I'm not
Sheva?
gonna lie. This is, I think, the best music to have Resident Evil 2. Like, I'm just here, just like...
Just a silly little music. See, this is why I liked the Outlast Trials with such happy music. Oh no.
I gotta send you this playlist once you're done streaming.
Yes. Oh, I just threw a grenade at him.
Oh.
Can I knife him? Okay, I guess not. I guess I won't knife him.
No.
It really did say nah. It said, nah.
He is not doing well.
Oh, Sheva, we ran right back into him. Okay, now I can
Sheva,
reload.
no. Who needs to reload?
Boom. 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 Boom, boom. Oh, no. Just one bullet. Yeah.
Is that gun?
Don't worry about it. Oh, hey, he's got the driller out again. Oh, he...
Driller? I hardly know him.
Oh, no! No! I was on the edge of it! Why did he... Oh, did Sheva die? Wait, your partner died. Sheva died. It wasn't me.
Sheva, no.
I really thought it was me, I won't lie. I thought it was me.
So it's just like, oh, oopsie.
How could you do that?
It wasn't me. It was in fact Sheva. So, you know, not my fault. Does she need anything? Do I need anything? Nah, good enough. Back to it.
I found a silly, funny playlist to become dyslexic. It's literally called Set to Become Dyslexic.
I love it. What a great time. Whoa. Oh. Hey, so I didn't dodge that time.
Well,
hey, you sure? I'm just gonna move away from him, Sheva. Sheva, you should like not do that. I missed. I completely missed that time. AD. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. Oh, that's a driller! Driller, I hardly know her! Mr. Whisker, you hardly know me! It's a bold lie, we work together. Oh no. Hey, Sheva, we should back away from him. Oh! Yeah, thanks, Sheva. Sheva, that's a very dangerous... That has such a wide, like... wingspan. Look at that Kristen Wesker on the same... Oh my god. Oh. The same team? Yeah. Oh, was that bitch out? I didn't look out. Sorry, Sheva. He's just staring at me. Run, Sheva. Yeah, he was their boss. Like, straight up? He was their boss. Whoa. Oh, Sheva, I didn't know he was gonna do that.
Give me a grenade.
I threw that too far. Ooh, Sheva. Did you fall off, Sheva? Okay. Is it a pure... Why are we looking at it again? Did it hide itself? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Sheva. I wasted it. That was my bad, G. That was extremely close. Wouldn't you say? Sorry, I didn't dodge it, but you know, he didn't hit me. Hey, Sheva, I am very uncomfortable with how close he is. You know? Okay, well, you know, it gave me the prompt as it came towards us, okay? Okay, Sheva, so we're out of healing because I used that last healing. That is my bad, G. Hey, so that's gonna hit me. Sheva, get me up. Thank you. Oh, that thing's gonna hit me again, isn't it? I missed that one. Oopsie.
I hope I'm out of the range of that. I think there's a health down there. No, I think I took it because it's at the beginning. Shove a run! Shove a run! Time he does that tentacle tornado, his heart appears. Shows if it's closing back up. Okay, okay, okay. Hey Shiva, let's go see if there's anything down there. There's not. Wow. Okay, okay. I hate seeing the cutscene every time because I'm like, okay. Excuse me, pardon me.
I don't need to see it every time.
Exactly.
I get why they do it, but like, you don't need to see it every time.
Oh, good heavens. Hey, he's trying to drill us.
You know it's bad when Doxus, you might want to restart the fight.
I'm just kind of letting it go. Because, like, I have, like, a couple more hits till I can't get up anymore anyways. I want to hit you in the back. Oh. Sheva? Did you see Sheva just, like, tweak back and forth?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I did? Yeah.
Oh my god. See, I want to get the prompt to knife him in the back. Sheva, hey, so we're not making this. Oh, we are making it. Oh, we were just out of the range of that, Sheva. Oh, there we go.
Not hitting you. Then shoot through me.
Yeah, bitch, just shoot me. Okay, that's not shooting. You're just knifing. I'm dying as I'm holding him.
Well, it's understandable
yeah.
why you're dying while holding him, because, motherfucker's got glass.
Okay, I didn't need to, like...
Out his back like that.
Wait, I just want you to know it said your partner died. So it wasn't me.
Oh, well...
Even though it for sure was me first.
Does it not say you died?
No, that said your part. If I die, it says you died. If your partner dies, it's your partner died.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I definitely...
Maybe both died at the same time and, like...
I don't know. I think I definitely died first. I understand this better now, though.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, because it's just a lot going on. If I... You need to do? You gotta have health because Sheva actually does injure you? Yeah. But I forgot.
It's Sheva, not Wesker, okay.
Yeah.
Sheva stabs you. That's
yeah, because she's like stabbing through him, which I don't know how it's really hitting me, but I'll accept it. But I understand I need to hold him now, because I've never been that close to him. Because truth be told, I don't want to be that close to him. Okay, excuse me, Sheva. Oh, thank God, it was the duck mechanic. Oh, okay. Me? It got me and not Sheva? She was right there. Oh, I don't like that one. Do you know what anything I think you gotta do? Yeah. That was quite rude. Oh, it was so nice of him. He just stood still. Oh, he's still standing still. Sheva, I hate standing still to shoot. Come here, little guy. Oh, how is the audio? Since that was an issue earlier. Oh. I didn't do anything. I just shot him in the face. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening, people. It's happening. Okay, okay. I just love these games because
now.
Whoa. Better now? Okay, it probably was because it was so... I have to get the prom. Yo, come here. Come here. Yeah, okay. I wasn't showing up. I'm like, wait, please. Do I have to press F? Yeah. I just like the shoot through me, but she's knifing him. It didn't hurt me at all. I just had the Ouroboros on me. I have my hand on all of the fucking normal quick times. That's such a quick boss fight.
Hell yeah, I think you need it at this point, like...
Yeah.
That is such an insanely fast boss fight compared to everything else, and like... Surely they would have had it longer for Wesker, like...
I mean, because it really is, you just hit it.
It's kind of like the whole game.
Yeah, and we've had a couple different stages. But like...
Yeah. I guess thrown him into an active volcano.
Yeah. I'm like, I guess it is the fact that, like, I was struggling before because it doesn't really tell you exactly what you need to do. It just kind of shows you through subliminal messages of just showing you his eye opening. I have my hand. I have my hand on these quick times. That's F and V, A and D. Okay.
Oh.
Hi, Jill.
Everything I just saw looked far too much like a quick time event.
Yep, that's why I'm like, I have this on. That's what he sounds like. My earbud is falling out.
Understandable. Understandable. Why is he? Can he just die in a volcano, please? Do you
Literally.
know how volcanoes work?
Ready, partner?
Locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded.
Wesker.
Your time's up, you son of a bitch.
I like how she hands you the gun before she grabs one herself. That's nice of her.
They're incredibly strong against bosses. You technically shot the shit out of him and dragged the fight out. Or knife him like that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, they should... Yeah. Truth be told, those two should be dead. They were just having a boss fight in a volcano.
I think all of them should be dead anyway. To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I may love the series and everything, but yeah.
Thought everything happened in 3. Jill should be dead. I saw everything with like all of that. They should just all not be alive.
Yeah.
How the fuck did they do that?
Yeah, Jill's been infected like twice now, basically.
Totally plot armor.
Yeah.
More and more, I find myself wondering if it's all worth fighting for.
Because then we learn about only one person who has antigens against some of the virus, and there's literally one.
Yeah.
One person.
It's worth it.
One.
Jesus Christ, that's wild.
That was this game.
Like, they could still be infected.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, hell, Leon and Ashley get infected with shit. They just get better.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's different, but...
Yeah, there's
still.
a little bit different because it's the last plugin, so they just took it out.
There's too many parasites.
Sherry or Jake? Jake. Sherry doesn't have anything to fight up against it. She's just a fucking superhuman. Wait, we only see the consequences of one, because Sherry got bit as a kid and they gave her the antidote, and that happened to 2. That's what... Oh my god, the music was screaming at me. But so she got infected and was turning into a zombie. Holy plot armor for her because she didn't turn fast, but she got the cure. And because I don't know if we're gonna play her story in 6, but either way in 6, yeah,
she got the cure within like 5 minutes of being bitten.
It for sure was not 5 minutes.
Like, oh, I know, I know. But
yeah, in theory, yeah. She just infected with the T virus. Yeah, she was infected. So with Sherry, she was infected with the T virus, but she got the oh my god, but we see yeah, she got the cure, the antidote. We also see it in the movies, which aren't canon or whatnot, but they kind of pull the same thing because there is a young girl who has the T virus and she takes it, but she also takes like the antidote because she has I forget what disease she has, but she can't walk, but she can walk now. And that's kind of like why some of the experiments were done. It was to help other things, except also that they were like money, power. Oh my god. But so that's kind of what happened to. What do I do?
Not an entire zombie infection.
G. I believe it should be the T virus. Living character's age by the time of RE9. Fuck yeah. Someone hit endgame for this. But there is a scene in Resident Evil 6 when they fall out of a plane. And Sherry is most literally impaled. And you know how she lived? Jake pulled it out of her because she's like, just pull it out. You never do that.
No. No.
No, it's okay. She's fucking immortal. She just heals. She has rapid healing.
Clearly.
Like, literally rapid heals. Fucking crazy as shit. Never see her again. Never see her again.
You can't pull things out of people like that.
Truth be told, Jake didn't want to. Jake was like, that's not a good idea. And she was just like, fucking do it. Take it out. Yeah, so she's essentially, she's not immortal, but she's immortal. So we get that, but she doesn't have any, like, antibodies against the viruses. Jake, however, does, and we will see why.
Surely she would have some kind of, like, antibodies against it. Because it, like,
yeah,
because she had the antidote.
Yeah. So
did she not?
The whole thing
that would have caused her to build up some kind of.
Essentially, they say in that, which we'll get some of their stories. Which one did I want to mute? That one. They did, and they ran tests on her and everything. I think it's because it's a slightly different strain of a virus by the time we get to 6. But they essentially said, we can't use your blood. It doesn't have what we need. And there's only one match. And it's fucking Jake, Wesker's son.
Fucking?
The fucking? Outside, oh my god. Oh! Where are my silly little goobers? Okay. Bit confused? Is it actually the antidote, or is it her dad was using?
I'm trying to apply too much. I think I'm trying to apply too much real life logic into this.
Oh yeah, especially once we hit 5. Yeah. Gone.
My playlist ended. No.
7 and 7 and 8 kind of bring back a little bit of, you know, normalcy into it.
Where's the dyslexic playlist? There it is.
Also, Doc, which girl? Which girl are we talking about? From the movies or Sherry? I don't remember what the girl's name was in the movies.
I need to watch. I want to watch the movies.
They're really fun.
I gotta figure out when I can watch the movies.
I'll have to find them.
Like, when in the story I can get up to.
Oh, you can watch them whenever. Well, okay. The live action movies you can watch whenever. They're non-canon. They throw in their little bits of like the actual characters from the games. Which was it was kind of really sweet. It was really nice, but it follows Alice, who is not in the games at all. The animated ones, I can give you the timelines for those. I think by now you can watch them all. Because Death Island...
Because I didn't want to touch any movies, any other media other than the games until part in the games that it would be relevant.
Yeah, I think you're now...
Because I didn't want to like accidentally spoil anything.
Oh yeah, if you watched Death Island, that would have... but I think now this and then it is on Netflix, so you have to find it from someone. But Infinite Darkness is like a short series that was it's Leon and Claire. Claire's in so many fucking movies.
Okay.
Claire is in so many fucking movies.
Hell yeah, good for her. Good for her.
But yeah, because I think the latest movie, Death Island, is right after 5, because you see the trauma that Jill goes through. And she's kind of still mentally fighting that, and that is the first time we ever see Jill and Leon together. Do you have Resident Evil TV show on Netflix? The live action one, no. I want to just to watch it, but I know that one's non-canon. It like was non-canon immediately.
Who needs canon?
They did really
canon
bad.
Canon is slime that I will mold into whatever I want.
It's bad, like really bad. Yeah, the oh my god, like the live action movies were bad, but they're really campy, especially after a certain point. But they're like a good bad.
Oh my god, I love little campy like that.
Yeah, that's why like the way that they put the characters in. I think the characters come in. A lot of them are mainly like second. Apocalypse. What are the fucking names? Extinction. Resident Evil movies.
Well, clearly, they weren't fucking extincted.
Apocalypse is really good.
They made more movies.
Extinction. Those are the two, and then you start getting trickles of them. They even have a trickle in of Jill with the like the chest piece in this.
Yeah.
So it's really quite funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 of the Alice like Resident Evil films. I think I genuinely think you would enjoy Resident Evil Raccoon City. Welcome to Raccoon City. That shit. It's so bad because they combined 2 games where they shouldn't be combined, but it was super campy and dumb.
Look, you gotta understand. I do not like if it has adverse effects on the law or anything, I do not care. If it is a fun and campy movie that I can watch with friends and enjoy, then that's all that matters.
Like literally, the way people were so pissed off about how Leon was portrayed. But me and Nikki were like, hey, he's some rookie, bro. He's not going to be like how he is in 4. But he was blasting music. Like,
if it's in Raccoon City, that's like the beginning of Leon's story. He's like a little wimpy nerd who had a hangover.
That's what he was.
His job.
Like they changed a little bit of his story in that one. He got moved to Raccoon City because he accidentally shot somebody in the ass. I believe that's what it was. So he literally becomes I forget what they call him, but you know how we say like Leon Shitter Kennedy? They do something like that. So the second one, the movies were bad. When you think about the canon of the games, but the church scene is very yeah, the church scene is so fucking good. With the motorcycle, Apocalypse is really good. Anyways, yeah, I think you would enjoy.
He shot someone in
That's what he. So, I'm gonna have to. I'll buy the movie. I need you to see it. You would enjoy it so much. He got moved to Raccoon City because, I think his dad was a police officer too, but he shot somebody in the ass, so they kind of just moved him over there, so that he wouldn't not necessarily get in trouble, but that was his punishment. He did something really stupid.
Sorry.
He did something really stupid. So people were like, he wouldn't do that. I'm like, no, bro, this is so fucking funny. And Mans was listening to.
But it doesn't matter if he would do it or not. Like,
it's so funny. It was a really fun movie. I loved it so much. Post the scene on Discord. Yeah, fuck it up. Post it.
I'm fine with that. Please do it.
Because like, especially the Alice films aren't canon. The other animated movies, those ones are actually really good and are canon. So I do recommend those. Those ones are really fun. Welcome to Raccoon City. My love. I loved that shit so much. People hated it, but I'm like, I love this shit. It's so stupid. And then they try to put like the little stuff in because they combined the first game and the second game, which is why I'm like, that's kind of an odd choice to pick. But okay. But they had like the keys, like the heart key and everything.
That is a kind of a weird choice.
That's why I say like I don't know why they picked those two.
If they combined like any of them, it would have been like 1 and 0.
Yeah, or 2 and 3.
Like, right after each other.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, that's a really weird one to choose.
Or even like 2 and 4 and just done like
yeah.
skip, you know? Yeah. Like so many of them linked together and you chose the 2 that don't.
Yeah.
Like,
also Rainbow.
Yeah.
Motorcycle versus liquor. That shit's so fucking cool. But yeah, that's the only thing I judge them on. And it's not even just the like the ew disgusting choices. It's no like that's an odd way to choose it. The new one that's being made right now is taking place in Raccoon City. So it follows one of our main characters. But I don't know. I assume it's probably going to be Leon. That would make the most sense. Unless it's Claire.
I mean,
or Jill.
I kind of want it to be Jill.
I want it
just
to be
because
Jill.
I like Jill.
I would
but
take...
like, I'm not going to say no to more Leon.
Yeah. I would take Claire too. But like, Jill would be really fun. Also, because I want a female lead.
I think I have the least attachment to Claire, but like they're all really cool, and I really want like a female lead because I feel like that would be cooler in this case. Because like if they're gonna do it, they almost always focus on like Leon and everything, which I understand why, but at the same time, like there are at least two other people that were there in Raccoon City that you could focus on and just have him be there as like, you know, Leon the Shitter Kennedy.
And like, oh my god, it's so funny because so many people, not so many people, but there's a good portion of people who are already upset at certain things for the movie. And I'm like, bro, it's just, let's just enjoy it. Because the zombies were running, because it was a scene of somebody running from zombies, and the zombies traditionally in the early stages are dumb and slow and they don't run. So they're like, and I'm like, hey, that's gonna be scary. That's gonna be scary then.
Like that's more horrifying because they've got they can catch up to you.
Yeah. And the girl literally runs
like...
behind a car and she gets mauled. That's the scene that they were filming.
Yeah.
Also, yes, Doc.
Like that's terrifying.
Fuck you, Leon. I know better because I've been doing this longer. Stay out of my way. Literally, Chris Cannon. Yeah. But he needs help and he needs some hugs. But yeah, I feel like
they all need to go to therapy.
Yeah, especially Jill. After this point,
to be fair, I don't think therapy could fix them at this point.
After 6, Mr. Redfield,
I think they're too traumatized.
After this point, for Chris Redfield, he goes through so much suffering because then you see him suffer in this one, you see him suffer in 6. Then we get a little skip, a little break, because then we start 7. So it's mainly following Ethan. We get a little bit of Chris, but that's fine. And then we get to Village, and then he suffers again. And I'm like, can this man catch a break?
No.
Yeah, the answer's no.
That wouldn't be fun.
Yeah.
You gotta like have him on lower health so you can just hear him like whimpering, you know?
Yeah.
I said what I said.
I agree with what you said. But needs therapy? Except for Jake. Honestly, yeah. I feel like Sherry's, like, next on the list. Because she's very strong herself. Probably still a little bit, because she went through Raccoon City. But, like, yeah, I think Jake's pretty... He's pretty alright. You know, probably Ada too, because I don't think she gives a shit. But she's got a lot of emotional damage.
I still think that she needs therapy because she doesn't give a shit that much.
You know, that's fair.
Like, she's past the point of caring.
Yeah. See, but, like, I think Sherry needs a little bit of it, but compared to everybody else, not as much. Not as much.
Sherry needs, like, 2 or 3 sessions compared to, like, everybody else who needs, like, the rest of their life.
Because she, like, went through one bad experience. Really worst night of her life. But Leon's gone through this multiple times. Chris has gone way too many times. Claire's gone through it quite a bit now, too.
And Claire's been going through it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let you go.
I don't think we need to mention Jill.
Jill, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Even Rebecca.
I gotta go to bed.
I know. That's why I'm like, okay, we let you go. Okay, I say goodbye. I'll cut us off, otherwise we'll start yapping. Good night, thank you.
Thank
you. I hate saying goodbye because I always cut off people. I hit the goodbye and then it's just like, I was like, no, they were saying something. Yaps. Ooh, oh, the new Teto song. I'm gonna have to like listen to that. I'm gonna keep that up. B said she's free after that time. Let's pull this up because I need to film. You know, yeah, no, I cut you off as I did that. I'm like, no. Yes, thank you. We finished another one. So now, oh, screen. So you release us? You wish to be released? Spoken clearly, spoken loudly. I'm pulling up something. Oh, sorry. I thought I'd lost my audition thing. And I was very confused. We were gapping. Hey, don't apologize for that. For the deadline. What? That's funny. Oh, they did give me a time. Okay, cool. I will just release you. Yeah. Update us how the pillows are. Let me mute this. I'm gonna say goodbye from here. I love you all. Thank you all for joining today. This was great. We finished it. You guys gotta suffer. Cause I hate some of those fights in this game. Bro, they're fucking awful. Anyways, I don't know what I mean. Anyways, I love you all. Goodbye. I will see you on Monday with normal Dying Light. We shall see. Also, if I don't get a TikTok out for Friday or Saturday, depending on when I post it, so sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm still filming this stuff for our graders. I'm sorry. Can I add a I'm sorry? Anyways, I love you all. Have a good weekend. Stay hydrated and everything. I love you all. I love you all on Monday. Goodbye.